Good evening, one and all. We welcome you all to the one-week international conference on occupational safety and health, food safety, oceans, environment, climate change, well-being and sustainable development 2023, commemorating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, nation celebrating 75 years of independence, United Nations Sustainable Development Goals 2015 to 2030 as part of awareness and campaigns, India's G20 presidency, and also commemorating World Environment Day 2023 with the theme Beat Plastic Pollution and International Day for the Fight Against Illegal, Unreported and Unregulated Fishing 2023 and World Food Safety Day 2023 with the theme Food Standards Save Lives, and also World Ocean Day 2023 with the theme Planet Ocean, Tides Are Changing, in collaboration with Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and Sri Research Institute and Center for Art, Sciences and Wellbeing and all other collaborators. So before we start our sessions, let's take the blessings of Almighty.
कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः.
With the blessings of Almighty, we shall continue with today's sessions. So this week we are commemorating Scleroderma Awareness Week in United Kingdom and also Oxfam Water Week in UK. So both are relevant to our themes. Let's look at briefly at the commemorations, then we'll move on to today's sessions. So Scleroderma Awareness Week is observed from June 11th to 17th, and it is a condition that causes skin hardening that affects not just skin, but also joints and muscles, and also some internal organs. It also affects tens of thousands of middle-aged Americans throughout their reproductive years, with women being more affected than males. Scleroderma patients' prospects have improved dramatically in recent years. Being diagnosed with an illness that no one has heard of isolating, Scleroderma Awareness Week was established to provide insight into this crippling disease. So it is a disease, as already mentioned, that causes the skin and in certain circumstances, organs in the body to harden. Scleroderma is a disease with a lengthy history. Even through the medical word for it, it was only coined in the early 19th century. Its symptoms have been documented as far back as 400 BC. In the mid-1700s, an Italian doctor named Carlo Curzio published the first complete description of the condition. His patient was reported as having hard, wood-like skin that patient was admitted to the hospital under Kadzio's care with symptoms including skin stiffness in multiple locations, tightness around the lips, as well as stiffness in the neck. Fantonetti was the first to use the term scleroderma in 1836. He characterized one of his patients as having dark leathered skin that was constricting and causing problems with joint movement. Systematic scleroderma affects about 3 out of every 1 lakh people each year, mostly middle-aged persons. Scleroderma is now a rather uncommon condition. While the prevalence of this disease varies around the world, we do know that women are more likely than men to be impacted. Statistics show that number of persons affected with scleroderma has increased over the last 50 years, although it's unclear whether this is due to the actual prevalence of the disease or increased knowledge of the ailment. Scleroderma is also characterized by pain, stiffness, and achiness. Acute morphia, localized scleroderma can cause severe widespread edema, fast weight gain, and oliguria. So it can also make you gain weight. And scleroderma, the systematic sclerosis, has a 68% survival rate. So it's quite good. So first, we need to be aware that such a disease exists and the symptoms of such disease, so that we can spread the awareness. First, we can be aware of ourselves and use this opportunity to learn more about scleroderma, its signs and symptoms, treatment options, and any other pertinent information, and share with your family and friends. Scleroderma is a disease that affects 2.5 million people around the world. The population affected in the US is roughly 75,000 to 1 lakh persons in the United States. And it also affects youngsters differently than it does in adults. And it can be also difficult to detect with naked eye. So it is difficult to diagnose. And Raynaud's phenomenon, which causes the blood vessels in the hands and feet to constrict in cold temperatures, producing pain and discoloration, affects 90% of scleroderma patients. And this affects each patient differently. So this awareness week provides a way to help those living with this chronic illness and their families every step of the way. It also establishes a link between the community and life-saving resources, and also to spread awareness. It is a significant autoimmune illness that lasts a long time. Unfortunately, in the United States, not enough people are aware of its debilitating and devastating effects. Scleroderma Awareness Week raises awareness of this rare disease that affects 1 out of every 4,000 adults in US. And scleroderma awareness can also improve quality of life of those who suffer from this disorder. Early recognition and diagnosis can benefit scleroderma patients and help them in the long run. Even in India also, very less people know about it. So this will also help us to bring awareness. And also in early detection, if someone is suffering with. And today, this week is also commemorated as Oxfam Water Week, which is also commemorated from July 11th, that is from today to 17th every year. And it's a campaign So this day is used to campaign for people to get access to clean and safe water all over the world. And it is also estimated that the number of people without access to safe water at home is about 2.2 billion. And that is a very high number of people lacking a major necessity. Not having access to enough clean water can lead to health issues and can greatly lower the standard of living for the people. So this day raises awareness about this fact and help to provide solutions. Yesterday also, we were discussing about this rainwater harvesting and groundwater recharge and surface water recharge. One of our eminent speakers from IIIT yesterday, he was talking about. So this week is also for such a commemoration to bring more awareness, and access to clean water is a fundamental human right, and that shouldn't be denied to anyone. And water is essential to our survival as living organisms, so everyone in the world deserves access to clean water. A lack of adequate water can lead to illness like diarrhea and cholera. Moreover, extreme dehydration can lead to death. Hence, water crisis can be very dangerous. So this week is used to spread information about the state of water availability around the world. And this also allows conversations that can lead to solutions for the problem. There are various factors that can lead to water scarcity in an area. This include climate factors like low annual rainfall, poor infrastructure, and natural disasters. These factors can also lead to water vulnerability, which can look like having to travel a long way to find water sources, not having proper sanitation, not having enough water that is clean for drinking or cooking or for usage, and not being able to grow crops. So this week gives people the opportunity to be the part of the solution to the water crisis. As people of communities, we can collectively decide to reserve water resources and reduce wastage. So this also encourages fundraising activities and various programs and projects to help provide clean water for people who do not have access to it. And this also helps to prevent and preserve water resources and human life, and gradually reduce the effect of the unequal distribution of the water around the world. In 1945, famine communities in the UK persuaded the government to let Brits send food and water parcels to Germany, and factors that lead to water vulnerability, including drought, floods, poor infrastructure, and conflict. Typhoons and earthquakes can lead to water scarcity, especially in UK and US, where though in India it is rare, it's another phenomenon for typhoons. Earthquakes are though common. Conserve water, think of various ways that you have been wasting water and try to cut down water usage. Conserving water is a good for everybody around the world. If we collectively save water, we will help less fortunate communities gain access to clean water. If you have access to clean water, it's a privilege you should cherish. So drink enough water every day to maintain your health and keep your body functioning. Adequate water consumption is also very much required. Nowadays, people are not consuming adequate water. Because of that, a lot of issues are also being faced. And there are also many charities, NGOs, organizations actively helping people facing the water crisis. And your support to someone who needs it, even if your community is not currently running any charity events, you can start one or support one. And it is estimated that diarrhea caused by dirty water leads to 800 children's death every day. And the water fit for consumption is less than 1% of the earth's supply. So not all water can be used. Like even ocean water, which is highly salinated, cannot be used for various purposes. though the planet consists of 70% of water. So getting water can also be difficult. Even we see even in cities and rural places also, we are facing, even in metro cities also, we are facing water issues. On an average, about 20% of the world population walks about 3.5 miles a day to get drinking water. So it is estimated that the world's two most populous countries, China and India, may exceed their water supplies in less than 20 years. And the American Society of Civil Engineers did a study and rated the country's drinking water infrastructure a D in 2017. So Oxfam's campaigns encourage people to be more attentive to environmental issues. The more people care and take measures to protect the environment, the better. So this shows our love, care, concern, and responsibility towards our planet as we are encouraged to work together to sustain our natural resources for today and generations to come. So with this, we shall conclude these two commemorations. And we will move on to our other presenters for the day. We have with us Dr. N. Srinivas Rao Garu. He is a scientist from Indian National Center for Ocean Information Services, India. He would be talking on significance of oceans in the well-being of the Earth. We welcome you, sir, for this one-week international conference. And thank you for accepting and joining us. Over to you for your sessions. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for giving the opportunity today evening. So, based on the environmental consensus, so thank you very much for the invitation. Now, straight away we'll go for the topic. Now, today's my presentation is, so everyone knows about the awareness of the environment and why we need to protect the environment and all these things we are well aware. And if environmental day or any day, people are sharing in a WhatsApp, we have to plant trees and we have to enhance the greenery and all these things we are discussing, all aware of this one. But only thing is implementation is not well compared with knowledge. We have a lot of knowledge and we are not implementing that one. But somebody has to take care of this environment and so how oceans plays a crucial role on this one, and how those things, how ocean is acting and how nature is acting, those things, how we can able to observe through remote sensing. Today I am going to present that one. Okay, straight away we'll go this one. Now everyone knows this year's theme is the beat plastic pollution. So what is the effects of the plastic pollution and all these things, we will not discuss this one. And the next one, what we will go is, everyone we are discussing about the sustainable development. This is the definition of the UNESCO. Why we need to discuss about sustainable development means nowadays so much of developments are happening, and parallelly environmental damage also happens. That's why how to bring this one. That's brought a one definition that UNESCO development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. This is the definition. So everyone knows about this one. But thing is, if everyone is following this principle, so need not to protect this environment and all these things. Why we are discussing all these things is just this is the one cartoon recently I received this one. It is happening. So during the environmental day, everyone is telling this a plant a tree for environment. After that, on the name of the development, cut a few million for the development. So both the things are happening parallelly. So then somebody has to take care. That only is my concentration today's topic. And now if you come to this one is the what is the development? Just if I ask this one in a Google, so development gives us the quality of life. Now again I kept it here is the question mark. So is it really development is giving quality of life to us? If it is giving quality of life, today everyone is facing in the temperature rising and cyclones, number of cyclones are increasing, different effects. We are seeing it's climate change and all. So now if you come to the just civil engineering, one of the example I took this one, that civil engineers typically apply the principles of geotechnical engineering, structural engineering, earthquake engineering, and environmental engineering. Again, I put it as the question mark, and transportation engineering and construction engineering. Out of all these things, other than is environmental engineering, every remaining all engineering principles perfectly is applying. Why environmental engineering engineers not considering this environment and all? Because they are neglecting that environment. That's why whatever the photographs I'm showing you on the screen, so every day we are noticing it in the side of the road on the name of the development. Simply we are cutting the trees and all. But one of the person in Hyderabad is Ramchandra. He is working on why we need to cut the plants and why can't we translocate on this one. So this is the statement I read in a newspaper in 2017 itself. He saved 5,000 trees. This means he translocated. But now the 2023. I can imagine how many trees he translocated. So he is the one. But why he is doing one person is like this means he is having more concern about the environment. If we destroy environment, what kind of problems we are going to face and all, you know. So everyone should work like this to protect the environment. Now, if you come to this one, if you are neglecting the environment, everyone we know the climate change and all. I'm not going into the details of this one. Just I am going to give the stress on this one. This is a carbon dioxide. Everyone we know this one greenhouse gases. Out of these greenhouse gases list of this one, carbon dioxide is the 60% of the carbon dioxide, and this lifespan is the 5 to 200 years. So most of the campaigns we are planting trees means to reduce the carbon dioxide. That campaigning is going on to reduce that because to restrict the greenhouse effect. So if the greenhouse effect increases, that carbon dioxide levels in the atmosphere increases, what type of the effects we are going to feel. So these are the one is the temperatures will rise and precipitation patterns will change, sea level will rise, and crop growing seasons will lengthen, and more drought and heat waves. All these are we are every year we are noticing all these things. So to reduce that one, scientists suggested some few of the easy things to implement. These are the things. What is the first one is the change of lights and replace one regular light bulb with LED light bulb. We can save the 150 pounds of carbon dioxide. Drive less. We can able to save 1 pound of the carbon dioxide. And recycle more. If you are recycling more, 2,400 pounds. This is the some average figures. Check your tires. Okay, 20 pounds. Use less hot water. Avoid products with a lot of packaging. Now, at least now people are doing now they reduce the plastic usage, and at the same time, for packaging means nowadays that whatever the online shopping we are doing. Earlier, all these packages comes to plastic. Now it is coming with paper. At least they changed that one. So now adjust our thermostat to heat controls and all. Turn off electronic devices if you are not at all using. All these are the small. These 10 things are very small. But thing is, we are neglecting these 10. So that means we are neglecting means somebody has. Now, if you see the one statement here. A single tree will absorb 1 ton of carbon dioxide over a lifetime. So today, if you are planted one plant, so in a lifetime, it may be take 10 years or 20 years. It's 1 ton of carbon dioxide it is storing on itself. But Now today you planted after 10 years on the name of development, simply we are cutting that plant. And what that municipality people are doing all every day we are noticing on roadside. So much of plant material, it's burning it. So if you are allowing to anyone to burn the plant material, whatever the carbon dioxide stored on that leaves or stems and all, immediately it releases back into the atmosphere. So this is the thing. That's why no one should allow uh, should not allow to burn the plant material. So all this plant material should be degraded into the soil. So that should happen, but still it is not happening, and simply it's burning it, everyone. And now all these things we are least bothered about this one. Now I am going to come to this one. So now we are neglecting the environment. Then nature on its own, it's a healing the process of this one. How it is reducing the carbon dioxide. So now that role of ocean, I am going to come this one. Now if you are seeing this one, now before going into that one, whatever the observations we are seeing in it through ocean remote sensing. Now if you come to the remote sensing subject, so ocean remote sensing and land remote sensing, basic differences are there. Now just very brief in this slide, with one slide I will explain about the ocean remote sensing. So using the ocean remote sensing, the role of ocean and in processes and impact of oceans on society, we are dealing with one. And through satellite oceanography, what are the applications of satellite oceanography? Is the ocean phytoplankton. This is the major one we are going to discuss about today. And suspended sediments and dissolved organic matter, these are the things we are measuring it through remote sensing. And sea surface temperatures, we are measuring it. Sea surface salinity, so we are measuring it. Using that remote sensing data, we are identifying where the fishes are available in the ocean. Those things also, same information we are providing to the fishermen where the fishes are available. And tidal and storm effects, we are studying it. Wind and wave retrievals, currents, regional circulation patterns. These are the frontal zones. These are the list of the parameters here. Now, if you come to the land and ocean, that is the satellites. So it's a broad scale view. What is this broad scale view means? If you take if you know the remote sensing about something, that's swath. Swath means how much area it is scanning the earth at a single shot. So if you come to the ocean and the land, all ocean sensors have the wide swath. Now, if you come to the below table, so this is the Landsat and this is the MODIS ocean. Now, if you see this one, spatial resolution is the 30 meter high spatial resolution. Now, if you are coming to the MODIS, it's a 1 kilometer spatial resolution, and the swath with, if you are seeing here the swath, 183 kilometers. And if you come to the MODIS, 2,300 kilometers. With wide swath, we can able to cover large area. So now the repeativity, if you are seeing the 16 days, but if you come to the MODIS, so 1 day repeativity, and the spectral bands, it varies 36 bands, and the typical bandwidths are 150 nanometers and 50 nanometers. Now here we are talking about the swath. And because of this wide swath, large area we are going to cover. And if you are seeing the repeativity 1 day, now why this land satellites repeativity is low compared with the oceans? If you take the complete earth applications means you think of land, ocean and atmosphere. These three we can call it as a earth application. Out of these three, land application, land changes are almost, we feel like a static. For example, today in your surrounding area, today you are seen and tomorrow you are seen, day after tomorrow you are seen. You won't find any change in your surroundings over the land. But at the same time, if you come to the atmosphere, if you are seeing one cloud, next every second by second, it is displacement takes place. So atmosphere is very dynamic. Land, compare with the atmosphere, land we feel like a static. But if you want to notice any change over the land, minimum 1 month or 2 months, 3 months, it's required. But its atmosphere is not like that. Every second by second, it changes that one. So that much of dynamic. And if you come to the ocean, if you want to notice any change in over the ocean, minimum 3 to 4 hours time is required. So it's a semi-dynamic almost. That's why to monitor the oceans and atmosphere, high repeativity sensors are required. Continuously, we have to monitor it, those things. So that is the difference, basic difference between the ocean remote sensing and land remote sensing. So this is the one. Now, if you will go for the observation, now we are going for the ocean color remote sensing. What is the ocean color remote sensing is nothing but in a ocean color remote sensing, we are using the visible light. Visible light means whatever the wavelengths our eye is sensible, that wavelengths we are using it for the studies of monitoring of the ocean, color of the ocean waters. That's why that remote sensing, we can call it as a ocean color remote sensing. Now, if we are coming to the ocean color remote sensing, why we need to monitor the colors of the ocean? That is the fundamental question. Now, if you, I am giving one statement from childhood onwards, everyone knows water doesn't have color and taste. But in the nature, we are seeing so many colors of water. How the colors coming in that water? How the water they reflect that color? Simple the definition. Whichever the material dissolved in the water, based on that dissolved component, it is giving some colors. How our eye is capturing the colors? Similarly, the sensor, whatever the sensor we are placing on a satellite, that sensor is capturing that colors. From that colors, we are deriving what kind of materials dissolved in the water. Though that is nothing but a ocean color remote sensing. Now, I already gave one statement: water doesn't have color and taste. So another statement I am giving you, in the nature, every drop of water contains phytoplankton. So if I am giving the statement, every drop of water contains phytoplankton, first the fundamental question is, what is phytoplankton? This phytoplankton is nothing but a small microplant in the water. What is the role of this microplant? Simply, everyone knows photosynthesis. What is if in the photosynthesis process, what will happen? It takes sunlight and it absorbs carbon dioxide, and this is the equation. And it takes carbon dioxide and water, and in the presence of sunlight, it makes food and it releases oxygen. So that means every drop of water contains phytoplankton. Now that statement, whatever we are drinking water, is the drinking water contains phytoplankton? Yes, our drinking water also contains phytoplankton. So if you have any doubt, just you do your own experiment, take 1 liter bottle in the best brand available in the market. Don't open that cap of that seal, just you remove the brand label of that bottle and keep it outside to sunlight focus. So you every day you observe. It may take 10 days or 15 days or 20 days. After 1 month, this kind of signature color change we are seeing it. We are not adding into the bottle, but how the color is changing in the bottle. Already inside the bottle, small plankton is there. That plankton takes sunlight and photosynthesis takes place. Slowly it is growing, and the concentration increases. We are seeing this kind of signatures. Okay, so now this best brand mineral water contains phytoplankton means automatically natural waters contains this phytoplankton. So that means oceans, we can call it as a invisible forest. So what is the role of forest? One of the major role of this forest is that it absorbs carbon dioxide and it gives oxygen. But now most of us, we are thinking, so most of whatever we are breathing oxygen comes from the terrestrial vegetation, but it is not correct. And whatever we are breathing, most of the oxygen comes from the oceans only. And at the same time, wherever vacant land exists in the terrestrial, you filled with vegetation, till it absorbs only 10% of excess carbon dioxide. Remaining 90% of excess carbon dioxide absorbed by the oceans. Why oceans absorbs most? Because our planet, everyone knows, 73% of our planet occupies the oceans, and over the terrestrial land also, so many water bodies are there. So these water bodies, every drop contains this phytoplankton, every drop places this photosynthesis reaction, and it takes carbon dioxide and it releases oxygen. So that is on. That's why nowadays everyone is campaigning don't pollute oceans. If you are polluting the oceans, we won't get the sufficient oxygen also. That's why coastal waters are very crucial. So now based on this, the role of this phytoplankton, only I am going to show you through remote sensing. I hope everyone understood this concept. So now this oceans and any water body, we can call it as the invisible forest. So this is the one particular day, this is the ocean picture, how there's more concentration of chlorophyll exists, how it looks like. This is the photograph of that one. And now another most important thing, already mentioned, today if you are planted one plant, so after 10 years or 20 years, simply we are cutting it and that burning that plant waste materials. So again, it is releasing back into the atmosphere. But at the same time, if ocean absorbs carbon dioxide, slowly it goes into the sea bottom and it never comes out of the ocean. That is another advantage. So that's why we encourage to absorb the ocean most of the carbon dioxide and it goes into the sea floor and it never comes out of this one. Like this, oceans protecting us. So this is the another one of the most important. This one we can call it as a biological pump. So it's pumping carbon dioxide to the bottom sea floor. So this is the biological pump. So now if you come to this one, how the chlorophyll looks like in a satellite data, this is the one particular day satellite picture. The circle represents this is the raw data. So in the raw data, it is not clear. And after deriving this chlorophyll concentration, you can able to see it here. All this is the concentration is the higher concentration of the chlorophyll along the coast. And this is the Orissa coast, this is the Damra river. Whatever the river water comes in like this and the higher concentration of chlorophyll exists. So once if higher concentration, why along the coast higher concentration of chlorophyll exists here? Thing is, whatever the waste, every day we are using so many chemicals for our daily needs. So finally, all this water from where it is going and landing means all our drainage water, most of the things without purifying, filtering, and we are not using at all these STPs and all, and simply we are releasing it into the oceans, and all this water contains a lot of nutrients. What are the nutrients? Is the silicates, phosphates, nitrates, and all these things comes along with that water. So those are the, for us, those are the chemicals. At the same time, if you come to the ocean, once the nutrient comes into the ocean, so this nutrient, these chemicals are actually nutrients to nutrients availability, and every drop of water contains this phytoplankton. Nutrient availability is there, and plenty of sunlight is available. Automatically along the coast, phytoplankton is growing, and carbon dioxide fixation takes place, and it releases oxygen. And at the same time, another thing is this phytoplankton is the primary food chain in the ocean. That whatever the fish food is nothing but this phytoplankton. To eat that one, all fish comes to the near to the wherever the phytoplankton more concentration exists, fish goes to that particular location. That's why most of the coastal areas people are catching that fish. And whatever the river water, why this enhancing this one is the higher concentration of chlorophyll. Means nowadays for agriculture purpose, farmers are using high fertilizers, excess fertilizers, all these excess fertilizers during the rainy season, rainy time. So it mixes with water, all this flood water finally comes to the ocean with a lot of fertilizers. Once the water contains the fertilizers, again that same story, every drop of water contains phytoplankton, nutrients are available, and photosynthesis takes place, and carbon dioxide absorption takes place, and all these things happen. So now this is the how the ocean is playing a role to reduce the carbon dioxide. This one. Now we are going to see the different how nature is acting and the different phenomena, how it is reducing the carbon dioxide. We are going to see it. Now the first one is the floods. So this is the one particular day Godavari discharge. So we know every year during the monsoon season, so plenty of water is going into the ocean. And every day newspaper top headlines we are seeing, we are wasting so much of water that governments are not constructing the dams, we are not utilizing for drinking and agriculture purpose. Simply we are wasting the water. Like that, the people are thinking. But for every case study, negative things are there, positive things are there. Now I am going to today present the positive things. What is the positive? Whatever the water, that rainwater coming and reverse discharged water, we are not at all wasting this one. Already I mentioned this water contains lot of nutrients, and once the water comes, this is the Godavari, this is the one particular channel, this is second channel, this is the third channel, fourth channel. It's a huge amount of water. It's entering into the Bay of Bengal, and this water contains lot of nutrients and photosynthesis taking place, carbon dioxide absorption takes place, and all these things. One of the nature action is this one. If flood comes, huge amount of carbon dioxide absorbed by the oceans. At the same time, through satellite data, we are going to watch it where this all fresh water is going along the coast. And once the flood water comes in and enters into the ocean, phytoplankton is growing, carbon dioxide absorption is taking place. At the same time, to eat that phytoplankton, all fish comes to that location. All traditional fishermen knows if flood comes, they will get more fish catch. They don't know the reason of phytoplankton, nutrients, photosynthesis and all. So simply from the traditional knowledge, they know if flood comes, they will get more fish catch. If we are giving this, where the fresh water, what in case we are doing it every day, we are monitoring it, this kind of the flood scenarios, same information we are passing to the fishermen. Fishermen goes to that location, they catch it. So this is the what means. So this, don't think the flood water we are not at all wasting itself. It is a healing the nature. So that is the process, one of the process. So floods means lot of carbon dioxide absorption takes place in the ocean. So this is the one of the action, first action of the nature. And the second one is again cyclones. If you come to the cyclones, everyone thinks it's a disaster. So why we call it as a disaster means, so it's during the landfall, due to heavy wind speeds, it is damaging our properties. Even though we are getting the insurance and all, still we are considering as a disaster. But if you see that total life cycle of the cyclone it originates in the ocean. This is the monitoring of the cyclone through remote sensing. Now, if you are seeing this one particular cyclone, this is the one particular cyclone. Every cyclone originates in the ocean. All along the ocean, it travels, and finally, it landfall takes place. But some of the cyclones, it originates in the ocean, it dissipates in the ocean. Now, in this process, in the traveling process, because of high turbulence, so high wind speeds, it creates a high turbulence on ocean surface. Because of this high turbulence, water churning process takes place. So in this churning process, how the water moves inside the ocean, just like a giant wheel kind of things. That one surface water goes down and bottom water comes to the surface, and the churning process takes place. In this churning process, what is going physical mechanism is happening is the first surface cold water, subsurface cold water comes to the surface. The subsurface cold water contains lot of nutrients. How the subsurface water contains that nutrient, whatever the nutrients enters into the ocean, the density of the nutrients are high compared with the water. So because of the high density, slowly it's sinking into the going down to the subsurface of the ocean. But thing is, if you've seen that the temperature profile of the ocean, if you from surface to bottom, the temperatures are reducing. If temperature is reducing, density increases. Some particular depth, the density of the water and the density of the nutrients are both are equal. At that particular depth, the nutrients are settling there, and simply ideally sitting there. There is no sunlight penetration up to that particular depth. So that is simply sitting there. Once the cyclone comes, because of the churning process, all these nutrients comes to the surface. Once that nutrients comes to the surface, plenty of sunlight available after the cyclone. Same the story, nutrients availability more, and carbon dioxide absorption takes place. Now, if we are seeing this one, particularly one particular cyclone, this much of area chlorophyll concentration enhanced. Now, if you want to see the more clear, you see this one. All this much of the area is chlorophyll enhanced. Like this, instantly huge area forest generated. Now, if you see that spatial size of this area and compare with Sri Lanka, almost 2 to 3 times bigger than the Sri Lanka. So now you can imagine how much area this enhancement happened, chlorophyll. So that means automatically that carbon dioxide absorption takes place. Now, if you are seeing one global average of 1 month, so in this particular area with one cyclone, you can able to see how much carbon dioxide absorbed this one. This is the 1 month average global chlorophyll picture. You can able to see this one. Like this, every year we are noticing 3 to 4 or some years 5 cyclones. Now today, if you are seeing in Arabian Sea, this for the last 5 days, the cyclone is moving over the Arabian Sea. Along the path, high turbulence is creating it, and all nutrients coming to the surface. And once the cyclone crosses this one, so all clear skies comes, nutrients comes to the surface, and this is the things happen. If next week or another next 15 days, we can able to quantify because of this particular cyclone how much carbon dioxide absorbed. That is the primary productivity estimation. We can able to do it. So that means we can welcome the cyclones to reduce the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. This is another way of thing observation. And at the same time, again, this point also, if cyclone comes, fishermen will get more fish catch. So that also every fisherman, every traditional fisherman, they know if cyclone comes, they will get more fish catch. They don't know the reasons, background, and all these things. So if you give it to the cyclone track to any fisherman, they will get nearly more than 1 month high fish catch. So same thing we are doing it every day. We are monitoring it and giving it to them. This is the second action. First one is the floods. Second one is the cyclones. Now third one, if you are seen on the screen, can you able to guess anyone that what is this one? It looks like a cyclone, but it is not a cyclone. It was a dust storm. So now it is the mainland. From this land, desert, one particular day, huge amount of the blown, the dust like this, okay? And it just looks like a cyclone. Huge amount of the dust blown in the air, finally falling on the ocean surface. So because of that, my wide swath, whole incident, I could able to capture from where to where the dust transportation takes place. Now, if you are seeing on the screen, well, how I came to know it is a huge amount of dust, where it was happened. You can able to see it here. This is the Arabian Sea. One very huge, this is the spatial size of the dust storm. If you are seeing this one, again, I am telling how I came to know it was a huge amount of dust storm. Again, if you see that compare with Sri Lanka, how many times bigger than the Sri Lanka? And at the same time, you can compare with Tamil Nadu state, almost once bigger than the Tamil Nadu state. Just to imagine, one state covered with dust, how many tons? Okay, that much of dust falls on a ocean surface. Is it going to create a negative impact or positive impact in the ocean waters? Both we can able to study. Now, what is the positive thing is, dust contains iron. Everyone knows from childhood onwards, if somebody has any doubt how dust contains, just if you have any magnet, you take the magnet, put it in your kerchief, put it in a sand, you can able to capture the black color powder. That is nothing but a iron. What this iron is doing, iron converts atmospheric nitrogen into nitrates. Atmosphere contains a lot of nitrogen, plenty of nitrogen atmosphere, but it is the plants unable to take in the form of nitrogen. In the form of nitrates only, plant takes that one. So what this is, that is nothing but an atmospheric nitrogen converts into a nitrate. That process we can call it as a nitrification process. So whatever this iron contains is sand. Iron converts atmospheric nitrogen into nitrates. Once the nitrates generates, the nitrates acts as a nutrient to the plants. Once it's a nutrient means, again same story, plenty of sunlight available, nutrients are available, and plant, every drop of water contains phytoplankton, and it absorbs carbon dioxide, and it generates a forest in the ocean. Now, if you see this one, how much area it enhances. Now you see this one. Before the dust storm happened at this location, and because of this water movement, that before week pre-dust storm, This is the area of the chlorophyll, and after dust storm, you can able to see this much. Again, the spatial size you can compare with, because why every time I am repeating Sri Lanka and Indian, the state boundaries I am not overlaid on the same way. Just you can see this one, Sri Lanka. So this is the Sri Lanka. Again, you see this one. Almost it is equal to one state. One state of the area. So 1 month nearly continuously that is growing, that phytoplankton, this forest generation taking place. You can imagine how much of carbon dioxide absorbs. This is also another third action of the nature. So here now, if we can able to see it, this is our India. So earlier dust storm came from here. This is also desert area. Now near to that India, the particular area is there. We can call it the Thar desert. In the desert, a lot of sand are there. Unnecessarily it is there. We are not utilizing that sand and all. What that the nature is doing, simply blowing that air over the deserts, and simply that is bringing that sand and iron. It's dumping into the ocean, and ocean is taking care of this reducing that carbon dioxide phenomenon. How it takes place now? See, in this particular day, there was no dust activity in this one. Next day, you see this one, all this white thing, complete. It was a dust storm. Now, previous day, if you are seeing, there was no dust activity. Now you see this one, completely ocean area, how much dust it's falling. Next day, if you see this one, complete Arabian Sea here, and Rajasthan and Gujarat covered with dust. Next day, you see this one, all this particular area is dust, and Madhya Pradesh and Maharashtra covered with dust. Huge amount of dust blown. Every year it happens, especially in the summer season. Just North Indians face this kind of problems. Okay, this much of dust falls on this one. Already we discussed it. If dust falls on the ocean, what is going to happen, and all these things. Now this is the phenomenon. Now it goes to complete Arabian Sea. From here to here, complete is dust fall. Dust is falling, and it's supporting that one. Because of this dust storms only, I can able to, I'm going back. Now you see this one, this particular area, how much forest has generated. So this is the cyclone impact, and this is the dust impacts. So that is the phenomena. Okay. Now, if you see this one, now earlier dust storm came from here, and the second one came from here. This is very far away from India. That's Egypt region, the Gulf region. From this far away to India, towards India, Arabian Sea, how the dust transportation takes place in this direction, you can able to see it. Next day, you see this one. All this white thing was the dust. How fast it is moving towards India, you can able to see it. If you see this one, just like a water pipe, we are spraying it. Like this, that much of that huge amount of dust from far away from this Arabian Sea. It is falling and falling. So this is the phenomena. So that is the another type of the nature action. So now it is dumping into the oceans. Now, if funny thing, now if you see here one particular day from Oman to Gujarat, dust transportation was taken place. Normally now in our daily life, every day in our buildings and offices and home, classrooms, wherever if dust falls, now everyone we think it was a local dust. But satellite data is telling to us it was not a local dust. So now in this case, Gujarat people also felt it was a local dust. But satellite is telling to us it is not a local dust. It's coming from Oman to Gujarat. So it looks fun. But thing is, what information we are getting is along the dust, virus will come one country to another country. So the how airborne disease are spreading like this. Through air, we are unable to see our naked eye. If something mixes into that air, we can able to see that air, and that satellites can able to capture it. And earlier case and this case, whenever this dust storms happens, along the dust, it may be chances of coming to the virus one country to another country. So at this kind of situations, if any health departments are there, this kind of data is available, and you can collect the air samples. If any viruses are there, accordingly, we can able to act on that one. So like this, with the wide swath, that satellite data helps for us. So with one satellite data, we can able to perform multiple applications. So this is the one here. Now, apart from this one, sometimes what will happen, some people are wantedly, they are polluting the oceans. Now, if you are seeing here, this is not related to the carbon dioxide. Now, as of here, this carbon dioxide reduction, this ocean actions only, natural action. So one of the things are the floods, cyclones, dust storms. These are the three phenomena of the nature actions, and how nature is healing on its own. It shows that one. Now, if we are coming to this one, how we are polluting the ocean. Then now I am moving into the pollution. Now, how we can able to monitor those things. Now that India and Sri Lanka in between at this particular area, zoomed area, if you are seeing, here you are seeing one black color line. What was that black color line was? One ship fellow wantingly polluting the ocean. That means wantingly means we don't know why he is doing that. Simply he is on his travel, he is releasing this waste oil in the ocean. So one it could be now every day we are also polluting the waters. How we are polluting means, if you have any two-wheeler or four-wheeler, if you are giving it to the servicing, during the servicing time, waste oil is coming out. So if you take the Hyderabad scenario, whatever the waste oil comes from this mechanic sheds and all, we are we are least bothered about that waste oil. Simply they are throwing into the local drainage. Finally, all this drainage water landed at Hussain Sagar. Everyone we know this, particularly Hyderabad people. So 50 years back, Hussain Sagar was drinking water lake. Now today's state of the Hussain Sagar, everyone knows it's completely polluted. So it's unable to. It's a very tough job to clean up that one. So like this, that indirectly we are also part of that one. And similarly, there's whatever the ship is using the diesel for the regular operations and waste oil generate. If you want to properly dispose that waste oil, you have to pay some money in the harbor. To avoid that one, people think, okay, if I dump it to the ocean, who is going to see? Nobody is watching. Don't think nobody is watching us. Satellites continuously watching us. Coast Guard people are there. They can catch this kind of thing. They will charge heavy fines. At the same time, now, if this is the ocean, that's why people are thinking no one is watching. But at the same time, if you come to this one, our mainland, so last from 8 years or 9 years onwards, Swachh Bharat program is going on. Under the Swachh Bharat program, so municipality giving a blue bucket and a green bucket concept to collect the garbage, the organic waste and the plastic waste and all. So we are not doing it all, and for to collect that one waste, municipal people are coming to our home and they are charging some 50 to 100 rupees and all. People are not ready to pay. Why I have to pay? Simply I will throw on the roads. Who is going to see? And that one. So that's why for the last 8 years, Swachh Bharat program is going on, and we are not observing any Swachhta on the roadside. So this is just like this kind of thing only. It is just I mentioned that one. So like this ocean pollutions, we can able to monitor it through satellite data. And now we recently started the global community also realized. That's why this particular year theme of that one is the another 2 minutes time. Within the 2 minutes I'll finish. So the plastic pollution to how to this one. So if you are seeing this one, whatever the plastic, finally it is landing in the ocean only. So if you are seeing these photographs of that one, now again that what that UNESCO, that United Nations, that environment program, marine plastic pollution has increased 10 times since 1980 and affecting at least 267 animal species, including 86% of marine turtles, 44% of sea birds, and 43% of marine mammals. This much of affecting. Because of that only we are seeing now everyone is talking about our blood contains the plastic particles. How that blood contains the plastic particles means we are not eating any plastic, but indirectly we are eating it. How that indirectly means whatever the plastic dissolves in the water, fish takes that one, we are eating that fish. This is the chain of action. This is the new food chain. Like this plastic entering into our body. This is the one of the way it is entering into our body. And now because of this one, if you see this one, these kind of photographs every day we're seeing, if you see the stomach of this bird, so you can able to see how the suffering that animals and all these things. Recently, actually in my WhatsApp, one interesting video at the end, if time permits, I will show that one. So this is the one. Now we are campaigning so much of cleaning activities and all. It's only near the coast only we are doing it. This is only 0.00001% only we are cleaning up. But thing is, through remote sensing technology, now this is the Indian Pollution Control Board that studies it, showing India generate approximately this many tons of plastic, okay, and the country generate this much of the figures are showing like that. So now we started how to identify the plastics through satellite data. Once if you identify, then we can able to take up the cleaning process. So for this, the spectral signatures, the experiments we are conducting it, and if known plastic bottles we are placing it, and the spectral signatures we are studying. From these spectral signatures, we are generated the one index. So using that index, we are identifying the plastics. These are the plastics we are identifying it. So once if we identify these plastics, we can able to take up the cleaning process. So with now this is the one interesting and the thing is, pre-1957, no country was having satellite technology. At that time, our planet was like this. Today, our planet is like this. Each dot represents one satellite. This shows the importance of the remote sensing, and we can able to do the all ocean studies and land studies and earth studies. Okay, with this one, I am going to stop here. Okay, if you have any questions, I will answer my questions.
Thank you, sir, for your.
Just I want to show that interesting video. Just meanwhile, you can ask any kind of questions.
Dear friends, if you have any queries, feel free to share in chat box or raise your hand or unmute yourself.
Now you can watch it, this video. What is the effect of the pollution, plastic pollution? Yeah, this is we can able to understand that one, how the animals are suffering with plastic pollution. This is the one of the video. Okay, with this one, I'm stopping it. If any questions, I am ready to answer.
Dr. Jaylakshmi, you can unmute.
Good evening to you. Good evening to everybody. Sir, while making a reference to Saint Sagar, you said we are also responsible. So we are just to take 1 second of yours. We have a beautiful lake in the center of the city in Bangalore called Alsur Lake.
Okay.
Madam,
your voice is breaking.
Sir, can you hear audible?
Yeah. No.
Yeah. But many times what the government does is, if they see a lake or a pond in the center of the city, they connect the sewage water there. when the initiative is met from the side of the government, I think the people would respond. Because many times we see these environmental conferences, we have people talking at length about everything. But I feel the initiative should come from the government. When we say the plastic cover is troubling animals, we don't stop manufacturing the plastic covers. How many times we can tell people not to carry plastic cover because it's easy for us to carry it. We might be good at our heart sometimes, but we forget. That also happens. Even I'm an animal lover, but sometimes we don't tend to hurt anybody. But by mistake, we carry a bag and just walk away because it's easy. So many times I feel that the initiative should come from the government side. Just one more example. When they banned this plastic cover, a big industry like Reliance, even if you go to this Reliance Smart Point and all that, they immediately stopped the plastic cover. So I feel that the people should do it rather than blaming it on ourselves and saying that we people are also contributing. When things are available and when it is easy for us, we take it. How can we stop and one person or anybody stopping wouldn't stop the world? So I personally feel instead of blaming us, because many a time the blame is on us, we feel the people are also contributing. I undoubtedly don't say no to it, but I feel this sentence can be avoided, and then rather it can be put that the government is more responsible. They need to take the project, divide their things, and they need to be serious. We all have to live. See, how can I go and clear the sewage waters in Alsur Lake? And there are n number of evidences when the water really became polluted and the surrounding residents couldn't leave. It became unlivable for them. The military was called in to clean that. They did it. Again, the same mistake was done. So my apologies for this. I just want all the panelists, whoever say that we are responsible, that sentence need to be avoided, sir. It is the government which is irresponsible and not many of us. Yeah, many of us, we do the mistake, but once the initiative comes from the government and they are stringent about the law, 2 years said from within a week's time, the plastic covers will be stopped. But it's still going on. Then what the hell is the government doing? Government is not taking initiative. Why should we do it, sir? Apologies if my words are strong.
No, yes, whatever that, problem knows everyone, but government is also looking for the solution. So most of the time, I also face the same questions. So that governments, that ministries and all, they are asking, okay, if suddenly we will stop that plastic, what is the next solution for that packaging and all, that drinking water and all these things. But some voluntarily people are working on that one. So alternatives and all, we hope very soon all these things should ban.
Yes. Thank you so much, sir. It was wonderful talking to you. And sorry if my words were a little strong. Thank you so much.
No.
Can I add one?
Yes, sir. Please, sir.
Ravindra garu.
Yes, sir. Please go ahead. Raidu garu.
Thank you, sir, for the wonderful lecture that we have heard this morning. I was wondering the sand, what you call the dust storms is very interesting, and for an air pollution biologist like me, we should study all these areas and find out more. We have to go more into that depth. What kind of, as you rightly said, what kind of viruses, bacteria, and other things that we are carrying from one continent to the other continent. These studies have to be taken up. I know that there is brown haze comes in from from different parts of the world, and we have one lying in our country also. I know about this, but this is quite a good educative thing that you have shown today. I'm very much thankful. And for the question of Madam Jayalakshmi, Madam, there are rules and regulations, and we are asking everyone to please follow the rule regulation. The regulations are there only for our purposes. Not the government is not imposing, and all that is not a correct say. If we citizens are right enough to follow the rule in its sanctity, things will come automatically in line. Are we doing it? As a citizen, I am telling you, we are not following the rule accordingly. the traffic lights are being put up there and everyone jumps the traffic light. Are we following in Bangalore? The crowding is only because unruly driving. Are we not responsible? What the policeman will do if we are not following the rule? This is not the way that we blame the government. Governments are doing their bit. What are we doing our bit? That has to be thought over. If you reject taking the plastic from the markets, automatically it will go off the road. Are we not responsible for this? This is my submission. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Good evening to you. I'm sorry to say that. I never spoke about the signal jumping. I'm talking specifically about pollution. I very clearly.
Pollution only. I'm talking about pollution only. What I'm telling you is the thing is the government has got rules and regulations set in the place. Are we following the rule and regulation in its totality?
Yes,
That's what
sir.
I'm asking.
Yes, sir. Both are correct, sir. Madam, just your this is everyone should follow the responsibility.
No, I don't want to get into a war of words. I was very clear.
This is not war of words. I'm telling you,
Sir,
as a citizen,
as
a citizen, I'm asking. I'm not talking for the government or anyone. What I'm telling is, are we following the rule?
Sir, I bow my head to you, but I was very clear. I made a very clear reference to Hussain Sagar. I said they connect the sewage water. Sewage water is not connected by.
Sewage water is not been connected. I'll tell you, madam, what happened in Alsur Lake.
I told you about Alsur Lake.
I worked on Alsur Lake for some time. I'll tell you, there are a lot of new colonies have developed in and around that Alsur Lake.
I know.
All the colonies, they do not have the sewage lines. They're all putting it into this rainwater drain, and that has gone into the system. So, is it not the responsibility of those people who have connected it into the rainwater drain?
Sir, I do not know how to answer you because you are not ready to listen to me. I was
I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm open.
I never said people are wrong. I never said people are right. I never said government is wrong. I never said government is right. I was very clear and very specific when I told that. Sir, you made a mention. I was talking about the panelists. I told, sir, you made a mention saying that people are also wrong. I accepted that, yes, people are wrong. But I said the major contributors are government. So the government should take the step. The initiative should come from the government side. And
I have an objection here, madam. Who is government?
You please do allow me.
Who is government? We are government.
It's the body we have elected. No, please don't tell me that. I am a lecturer and I'm a law lecturer, done my PhD in law. So please don't tell me that we are the government. We are not the government.
I see. Okay. Sorry, madam.
Jayalakshmi.
Sorry, madam. Sorry.
Dr. Jayalakshmi and Dr. Raidu Garu.
Sorry, sir.
No. Actually, the problem here is, we all are responsible because we are electing the government. So the government is responsible, and we also have to abide because we are the ones who have elected government and they are working for us. So we have to abide them, and they also have to work for our welfare.
Yes.
But somewhere this is not happening. So we need to find out solutions. Like you also rightly pointed out, there need to be sanitation problem that town planning department has to work with while the construction is happening on. Why they have given approval? They shouldn't give approval. Okay, if it was an illegal layout, then they could have made some alternative arrangements. They could have stopped it. So a lot of issues are there. As Mama is also into legal things, maybe these legal aspects are also there. So maybe Ma'am.
I think Madam should take a class and educate us on law.
Sir, one humble submission. I think when I started off by saying that my apologies, and I clearly told if I've told anything wrong, my apologies to him.
No, you are absolutely not wrong. Sorry to interrupt you. We all are correct only on our own perspective. But what is happening is, the things have gone out of hands. So as you have rightly pointed out, even Hussain Sagar and the one you are referring to, same has similar, setup where the nearby colonies, the sewerage got into that. And because of that, the lake got continuously spoiled. So that the causes we were, discussing on the causes. Now, what need to be done? Most of the sewerage which was flowing into the Hussain Sagar was stopped. But again, there are certain, still there are certain lines, illegal, passages that are still flowing into Hussain Sagar. Like that, similarly, there also.
One small, I would use the word correction itself. He asked me who made the rules and regulations. Rules and regulations are submissive to law and an act. Act comes first. So rules and regulations are below that. So if somebody has made rules and regulations, it is not necessary that it is bigger than an act. So the act follows because it is bigger than that. So when I say law has to take course, law there takes a very predominant role then compared to the rules and regulations. Because I was very clear in my words, and we know how we use our words tactically and exactly because that's given in our textbooks. That's why I was very clear and I corrected myself. Why I got a little annoyed was that's not the way somebody questions me. Because if I am wrong, I know that this point has to be clearly asked. There you have gone wrong, madam. So that was not the way he asked me. So
It's
I'm
okay,
very
sorry, I'm extremely sorry, madam.
Yeah.
I was not mentioning that. I was not meaning that. In fact, I'm an environmental scientist. I worked as a Tamil Nadu Pollution Control Board director, and I'm a student of law in Nalsar in Bangalore. I also did environmental law course there.
Sir,
Anyway, I'm sorry for my words. I'm little agitated, so I told you that. I'm sorry for that. I apologize for that.
No, that's okay, sir. I respect your age. I respect your experience. I lay my case to rest. Only my point was to drive home was to say that if such a big organization called as a government cannot do it, how we small people can do it. That's all I wanted to say. Anyway, I lay my case to rest. Thank you so much.
My humble request to all the people is, let us fight against these problems in the court of law.
Raidu garu.
Yeah.
Sir.
Raidu garu, this is Dr. Jayachandra. Very nice to hear all this interaction. It is very, very important. I appreciate all you people. Madam garu, our speaker, Srinivas garu, Ravindra garu, and Raidu garu. You are all right. I agree totally. Another small information, the next speaker has a power problem. There was rain there. So I request you people continue. But I want to say my side, Madam is absolutely right. Because it is my version. Because as Ravindra garu told, it is the perception of every individual. Against a problem or in any issue, the way people see it, she is absolutely right. Because in the same world, same planet Earth, there are proven administration following the rules and regulations, derived proper law, timely, proper acts, and taking the serious implementation. The worst situation in India is, it is top to bottom corrupted. See, Raidu garu told, who is government? People are government. I agree. It is a right statement. But people, you may ask another question, people only electing the wrong people. That is also wrong. How can you say it is wrong? Because even is the election process in India is a fair exercise? No, absolutely no. There are educators, wonderful people in India. The entire world can be run by Indian brain, Indian knowledge. We have that much potential of knowledge and the whatever historical background and a lot of, because you see the technology, science, everything. India had a great role, and it is always a model for the entire world. But the issue is we could not come out of this, the worst thing, that is corruption, which is the cause for all these things. You take anything, one of the biggest issue present days is overpopulation. Overpopulation, why it is at the same time, the world top country, China, as on today, number one in the population. What is the measures? What they are doing? Can India do this? No. We have our own useless things. I can't say anything that. See, that is why what she said is, if government can, if they want it. See, sir, you said there is a people who build houses who are releasing this water. But who is permitting to build house here? In urban body, urban local body, anything. Is a municipality, Nagar Panchayat, or a metropolitan city like Hyderabad, the corporation or the authority is permitting, then only people can build a house. Without all these connections, all these violations, how the corporation permitted the housing? Government only will create sometimes. You see in Hyderabad, is there any proper engineering in the roads? That means, I am very happy today, the Srinivas Garu spoke about very good, technology, science and technology. Our participants might have, learned a lot. Not only today lecture, every day, last 1 week, we invited several people to their respective domains. They gave wonderful knowledge. They shared with us. I was really excited. But the problem is, out of everything we are lack of the right people to lead. Government, we are expecting to do their role. People automatically will do their role. Of course, there is a percentage of component is there that, for example, if I want to be very honest, I want to be a proper citizen, I can live like a model. But when the whole society is like this, how can an individual live like this? Suppose if I go to a shop, wherever you go, you will be given a plastic cover. Maybe there is a point that, okay, I should not take it. I should take my cloth bag or my paper to collect it, something like that. So maybe some people are there. There is only 1% in this country. It is there. They follow their principles, and that is possible. But 1% can't change. It can't bring the changes for the whole country and the world. So absolutely, why Singapore, Malaysia, UAE, developed countries people can't throw a paper on the road? Waste management excellently they are handling. Because there is a law is there. Suppose if somebody spit on road, some pounds will be fined. Is it possible in India? You check our railway stations, check our public places, and who is authority to monitor this, control this, take action this? Because our whole administration is a corrupted administration. Along with that, another point, we have two administrations. One is a political, one is the highly intellectual administration, who are highly qualified, highly knowledgeable people. But the knowledgeable people are driven by the political people who may not be knowledgeable, may not be. But there may be intention of like people. Again, I am saying my point is, if I say anything, it is not totally 100%. There is some good people in the politician. There is some good people in the administration. But that percentage, the good people in the individual public also, only very, very minor percentage. That is why we are in this condition. So thank you, sir. I just want to share my opinion. So please continue. Ravindra Garu, when he get power, please permit him. He is also with the same topic. He is from a former scientist from Pollution Control Board, and his topic is regulations on pollution. And see, people responsibilities also is there. Is a right point, right thing that we are talking every day in this week-long, whatever conference the speakers are delivering according to their respective knowledge in their domains. So they have done a lot of work on that. So thank you, Raidu Garu, Ravindra Garu, Jailakshmi Garu. Everyone is right, madam. So that is what we have to debate. We have to discuss. There's nobody wrong. And I am requesting everybody, don't apologize here. We are all having right to question. That's what at least I feel. So thank you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you,
Chandra Garu. Actually, though I I feel that we have deviated from this topic. And, because these are altogether different issues, like everyone pointed out, the administrative judiciary is not working properly, because if it punishes immediately, like we have justice delayed is justice denied. There is no fear of punishment, how the conviction rate is very less. So people are not afraid. If I violate the law, no one is going to punish me. And if I go to court, my grandson will come and appear for me. There are a lot of these things. Our judiciary is not working properly, and executive has their own constraints, and bureaucracy has its own constraints. And entirely, we cannot discuss on this, because this is not a platform and this is not the conference which is related to that. Let's confine all together. Okay, there are issues now. What can be the possible solutions? Let's focus on, okay, issues or problems are there. What we can do to solve those problems? Please, if we can discuss on that, maybe we can come out with solutions. So that is what we can say. And definitely we have a lot of platforms. We have different conferences happening, because these are multi-disciplinary, interdisciplinary conferences. So maybe at that time we can invite ma'am also. She can take actively part and can educate all of us on legal matter and legal aspects. Even in our platform, Virendra Kumar ji is there. He is RTA activist and also legal, person. We will invite it. We will take it up discussion after we complete all the sessions, if time permits. So let's invite with permission of Dr. N. Srinivas Rao Garu. Thank you, sir, for joining us and sharing your valuable insights. And it was really a nice information. I was also not aware of this, this phenomena. I also learned a lot. So maybe because I am also a health professional, I also need to look at how these viruses are, traveling intercontinental, continental and intracontinental issues. You have rightly pointed out, and it is a great point of research for us. So thank you once again, sir. If there are any queries, I will get back to you on your contact number or email ID. Wish you all the success, sir. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much, one and all.
Thank you, everyone, for your active, interactive participation. As our next speaker is waiting, let's take this opportunity to invite Dr. N. Ravinder. He is Chief Scientist on Research and Development from EPTRI, Hyderabad, India. Just a second, sir. I will give you access. Yeah, now you can unmute yourself and start your video, sir. Sir will be delivering this session on regulation of pollution and responsibilities of citizens. I think after this session, we can further go into this discussion also. Sir, you can unmute yourself. Ravinder Garu. Ravinder Garu, can you hear me?
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, yeah. You can start your video also.
Yeah. Due to short of time, I think actually my presentation is not there. There is a.
It's okay, sir. You can present orally.
Yeah. What is the issues so far discussed? Regulations were discussed or?
No, sir. Actually, we were discussing on various other topics.
Okay.
So you can carry on with your topic, sir.
Yeah. Okay.
On regulations of pollutions and responsibilities of citizens.
Okay, okay.
And the recent discussion was whether who is responsible, government or citizens. Maybe after this, after your talk, we will also take that decision, the discussion also.
There is a presentation on statutory compliance actually, but anyhow, you may be knowing pollution control board is one of the, not only all state pollution control boards are one of the powerful statutory pollution control regulatory bodies. In addition, Central Pollution Control Board is the one guiding agency to carry out all the coordination between all the state pollution control boards and drafting the policies and frame lines, guidance, issues, everything. Okay. So in actually up to 1971, we do not have any pollution control rules regulations. 1971, when Prime Minister Indira Gandhi visited the conference, Vienna Stockholm conference, then actually the 1974 onwards, the Pollution Control Board Acts and rules came. The first Pollution Control Board rules that came in 1974 is Water Act. Water Act actually, when it was started, actually the purpose is to control the industrial effluents, because till that time, till 1974, all industries are used to discharge untreated effluents into the nearby rivers, tanks, everything. So the first act came in 1974. Then in this 1974 act, there are so many rules and regulations are there actually. All the rules, regulations, acts are generally boresome for all the people. But the major fact is how to control the pollution, what is the water pollution, how to install the STBs, everything, all the rules and regulations in that act is given. Act is very given. But that act also not that much powerful. It was amended in 1988, and then actually the powers came in the 1988. Similarly, to reduce the water use unnecessarily, excess use of water being carried out by all the industry, that is a very common practice. For that purpose, Cess Act came, Water Cess Act. As per Cess Act, what happens is, if any industry is using large amount of water and pollution, then there will be some charges. So based on the charges, high charges, automatically industry is discouraged to reduce the water charges. Similarly, then 1981 Air Act came. Air Act is actually all the emissions from the chimney, all the industries, boilers, everything, we are generally discharging the emissions. These emissions control purpose standards, everything came in the Air Act. So Water and Air Act actually totally, mostly from 1981 onwards it is there, but that both acts are totally amended actually. So these are the first acts, 1988. Then actually the ministry, there are so many environmental authorities at federal and state level. Ministry of Environment is Government of India is actually the policy making, and it promulgates different acts, rules, notifications, everything. Then there is one more body, Central Pollution Control Board in New Delhi, and of course regional officers. They will fix the standards, environmental standards, guidelines, publications of the books and other things, which is just directly under operation of Ministry of Environment. It has also powers, all the powers of Environmental Act, temporarily to supersede SPCBs. If any state pollution control board is not working, it can supersede. Next, all the powers, most of the powers are given to state boards. State boards are generally mostly powerful. Unless they fail, the central government or ministry doesn't take any action, only they can advise. Then there is a Department of Environment in every state government. Every state government, Telangana also, Andhra also, every state government we have a authority with the necessary IAS officers or some responsible citizens. Only because the regulatory body is totally autonomous body, so they will work on their own, but for major policy levels and other things, they will be in touch with the Department of Environment. Similarly, in our State Pollution Control Board, Telangana is there. Not only in Telangana, in any pollution control boards, the authority is having implementation and environmental statutes, whatever the environmental statutes given by MOEF. It will enforces the standards through regional centers of the board by competent engineers and scientists, and of course chairman and pollution control. It operates under direct control of the Department of Engineering. Major mandates, if you see really, there's so many things are there. It can plan comprehensive programs for river water pollution control, air control, hazardous control, municipal waste control, plastic waste. So many things are there nowadays. Earlier only water and air pollution. Now, after diversification, we have so many waste, hazardous waste. Waste management is one of the biggest topic in this. So many acts came. That all the acts it will control. Second is it can advise the state governments to formulate environmental improvement programs particular to that particular state. Then it also collect all the information and it will put up in the website, the respective pollution control website of any state. It can give total information of water, air, noise, everything. It can also modify the standards. That is the specialty. The standards can be very made into stringent also. For example, Telangana, the total emission standards from the chimneys are 250 milligrams per NM normal metric cubic. That we are reduced to 115. So like this, it can reduce the standards and make it stringent also. So many environmental research activities it can encourage, and some R&D activities also controls. It can control, minimize and pollution from point sources also, especially point sources. River point sources means agriculture and other uses also. That also all agricultural waste, everything joins the river, non-point sources, and of course industrial point sources. Everything it will look after. Then surveillance also it will see, total industrial surveillance. It is the major compliance duty. It of course restore and improve ecological condition. So like this, so many mandate is there. Major mandate is there. Training, public grievance, everything is given. Even the Indian Constitution also, Article 48A is given. As per Article 48A, every person is endeavored to for protection and improvement of environmental safeguard. That is Constitution is given 48A. Then Constitution Article 51A also is given the powers to improve the natural environment. Like if any forest damaged, lakes damaged,
Sir, you are muted, sir. Kindly unmute.
so like this 1974 Water Act came. Next rules came 1975, 77 Cess Act, 78 Cess Rules, 81 Air Act, 82, 86 Environmental Protection Act, one of the most important act in our India that came in the in the 84, 86. After that, lot of amendments also taken place. Now, total all these acts, whatever the acts are there, which are totally revamped, and most modern and most advanced acts are there from 2016. Whether it's all, whether environmental acts, EB acts, municipal solid waste act, plastic waste management act, e-waste act, everything from 2016. We have most latest information now, eyes on ours, because that is not given in my presentation. That's why I'm not showing the presentation to you. Then similarly, what happens? Hazardous Act came. Hazardous waste management, which is very, very important, which 2016 rules are very exhaustive. Then not only that, manufacture and storage and import of hazardous chemicals rules that controls the petrochemical tankers, large tank like Bhopal gas tragedy accident occurred. Like that, bigger tanks, what to be done and other things, MSA rules. If any accident happens, who is to look after? For that purpose, there is a Public Liability Insurance Act also there. Then there is also NGT is there, National Green Tribunal, which is the most powerful as on now. Then to look after the biomedical waste, we have a biomedical waste management rules 2016 is there, which is highly exhaustive. And not only this, we have fly ash management also. Earlier, all the fly ash is used to dispose it to ash ponds. Now it is mandatory to utilize 100% fly ash by for brick purpose and other things. And there is no question of fly ash just being disposed as waste. Because earlier clay was available, now clay was totally stopped nearby 100 kilometers at the thermal power station. So that's why we are using 100%. The solid waste management rules also, which is wonderful. Earlier only the concerned municipality is looking after, but now the latest solid waste management rules is put responsible of all the railways, colonies, associations, everybody is responsible now. Earlier only the concerned respective municipality, we used to look after them, but now it is not like this. Then we have latest plastic waste management rule, because this year, already might have discussed a lot of things, be it plastic pollution, plastic waste management rules also, which is highly exhaustive, especially banning on the single-use plastic, very well. In now, not only this, now latest technology that is coming is micro pollutants, microplastics. Actually, I'm one of the lucky enough to be a member in the International Standard Organization, ISO. I became a member of ISO to specially draft the standards for method for the estimation of microplastics all over the world. A common method is being developed. I am lucky enough to have one member, and now presently I am preparing that microplastic, because microplastics we don't know. Actually, if you take any glass, any bottle, even Bisleri bottle, one time you can use it, but second time, when you use this, when you fill the water, automatically the microplastics from that bottle will leach out and cause cancer. That's the danger. That's why single-use plastic, throw out everything. Bisleri, we will have the mark that after that it should be recycled, but we are not recycling. We are keeping like that. So that is one of the major problem. Then we have so many rules are for control of noise pollution. Noise pollution control and means are there. So what is the noise pollution? How to control vehicles, emissions, silence, especially traffic junction, what to do, industries, what to do. For batteries, totally recycle responsibility, batteries management rules are there. Like this, plenty of rules were given things now. With special e-waste inventory is very, very important. E-waste, if it is there, we have to give it to recycler only. We are not supposed to dispose in the dump site or some other waste places. Then hazardous waste also we are responsible to dispose in a particular place only, not all the places. So like this, so many rules were given. So I think actually the topic is so big, but timing is there. But why am I earlier? What is the difference between previous one and now? That is the main important. Earlier, the driving principle is command control. Everybody command control means permit Raj is there. Permit Raj means automatically there is a possibility of corruption. Only one person, if they want, they can give, otherwise not. Nowadays, what happens? Permit regime is totally removed, and compliance of environmental standards. Earlier, it is like this. Now it was what happens. Now there is every committees are formed, plenty of committees. You want to establish a committee, a single window committee will be there. Within 1 month, they have to give. You cannot skip it, and the totally online consent management is there. So within 1 month, you can get it anything. So if even pollution control board, whether it is a permission from pollution control board, electricity or revenue, everybody, whatever the departments are there, within 30 days, single window is there. Through single window, we are getting lot of permission. This reduced the delay which was taken earlier. Earlier, we used to see permission to getting the permission is 1 year, maybe 6 months, or maybe 2 years also. But now it is compulsory within 1 month is. Similarly, environmental clearance, big industries also. There is excellent committees. The state environmental clearance committee is there. Two committees will be there. So committees will look after with a lot of members, and transparently they will discuss across the table, and they must give clearance. If not, they have to mention what is the reason. So like this, consent to operate, consent to establish, and environmental clearance, authorization for biomedical waste, authorization for high hazardous waste, authorization for plastic waste. Everything was totally, now it becomes permit Raj is gone. It is totally now clear. Now regarding effluents discharge and emission discharge, earlier persons are used to go and collect and monitoring, and it is their wish, well and wish. Now it is not like this. There is online effluent monitoring systems are there, which is directly connected to a central server. Similarly, all air monitoring also connected to the central server. So wherever you are staying, you can just have record of effluent, you can have emission, everything becomes transparent. That is only the latest technologies compared to when we joined, I think 1974, 80, we joined it as a permit Raj and so many things were there. Now it is totally becomes mostly pollution control boards and other things transparent. Still some persons will be there, but it mostly transparent actually there. So totally power is totally decentralized. Earlier only it's a central office, we have to get it. Now zonal office, regional office, total power is decentralized. And government departments also, TSI pass, district is center. Misinterpretation is gone. No, adequate capacity knowledge is also not required because everything is in that website is available now. Earlier command control we have a lot of problem. There is no incentive and other thing, but this time everything is there. So command control is gone, and this transparency, environmental compliance came. So it is better. So like this, so many things. So earlier compliance procedure, what everybody is asking. So what is actually compliance procedure adopted by Pollution Control Board? If you can say, if any industry is not following or doing pollution, Pollution Control Board can give show cause notice and can call the industry to a committee where the techno-legal hearing will be there. Based on the techno-legal hearing, they will give directions, the suitable time for 1 month or 2 months or 3 months. If pollution is more, then they will suppose pollution cost, maybe 1 crore or 2 crore or 3 crores, depending upon the pollution, the cost will be levied. Based on that, they have to eliminate. Otherwise, what happens? Bank guarantee, they will take it. So that bank guarantee is there. In case the industry is doing lot of pollution again and again, then the bank guarantee they will forfeit. So this compliance procedure is there. Still non-compliance is there. Automatically, electricity supply, water supply, everything is there. Generally, bank guarantee is a major amount, which if they loses, the industry will be automatically fierce. So that automatically, it will compare. So finally, if still also bank guarantee loss, pollution cost also not paid, then closure and disconnection. So these are some of the compliance, latest compliances are. The role of judiciary is very, very important. NGT, number of public interest litigation, every person is doing public interest litigation. It is very good also. So wherever we are still, because authorities have their own view, public also can raise questions. Sometimes public interest litigations are unnecessary waste of the time. So they wanted some other issues. So like this, it will come. So role of judiciary is there. So especially compliance monitoring, permitting, self-monitoring and reports. That is very important now. This third-party audit. The third-party audit also we have encouraged. Then based on the CP, say comprehensive environmental pollution index identification, non-attainment cities identification. On Hyderabad is also one of the non-attainment cities. Identification of urban air pollution areas, identification of river polluted stretches, enforcement response, admitted response, criminal response, training and technical assistance, compliance assistance, and data management are some of the important things which we can a lot of economic incentives also we are giving, CETPs and other things, plenty of subsidies we are giving, public-private partnership we are encouraging, bank guarantees which are inventives, rebate on water cess, of course water cess is abolished now, so green rating, longer validity of the consents and other things which are the best economic and other incentive-based instruments are there. So these are some of the important. Briefly, I am telling. Thank you. Further, we can have some discussion. Thank you. Members, if any persons want to discuss, please.
Thank you, sir. It was a very brief session, but you have thrown light on various laws and acts that are prevalent and also the complaints.
Yeah.
Which can help the citizens to approach.
Yeah.
At least first we should be aware of what is in place so that we can approach the concerned regulatory authorities for an remedy.
I will try to share my presentation also to you so that you can share it with other people.
Sure, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
So the discussion, previous discussion was about who is more responsible rather than everyone is responsible, definitely.
Yeah.
Who is more responsible, the government or the citizens, with respect to of this implementation of these laws and acts? So
I feel it is government will do automatically their own jobs, but citizens should be slightly more responsible. Because see, once a river is being polluted, just they are least bothering. For example, Musi River. So they are not bringing actually pressure on the government. Actually, they have to say. So like this, so some smell nuisance will come in Hyderabad. We know very well. We observed. Immediately, if a citizen is not responded, then authorities automatically will take it as a lenient way. So it is always advisable because there is always structures are available. There is some systems are available. But what happens when citizen is not responding? Every government authorities will slightly take a laxity. That is the problem. So citizens should be responsible. Unless we other countries, citizens immediately respond to the things and other government EPA and other things, they will take immediately action. Similarly, also we can also, if we feel the pollution is very abnormal, then we must go to the nearest pollution control board and authorities, whether it is central government or whether it is state government or the ministry or even judiciary also. If it is really case, okay. For causing litigation and other things, it is not advisable.
Yes, sir. As you rightly pointed out, even courts also rarely they take a sumato. Otherwise, unless and until someone goes and gives complaint, they also don't involve.
Yes, exactly.
In the rare cases, they intervene. So similarly, I think maybe as you rightly pointed out, citizens' responsibility is more in this regard. Maybe we will also explore other perspectives. And dear friends, now the forum is open for your views, feedback. You can share you can raise your hand, or you can use chat box, or you can unmute yourself one by one so that you can share your feedback or observation. Or if you have any queries, you can put it forward. Hope you all can unmute one by one. If there is an issue, you can raise your hand.
Ravindra Garu.
Yeah.
Right, please continue.
Right, Garu, how are you?
Ravindra, how are you?
Fine, fine.
Thank you. It's a nice lecture that you gave, except for it is very nice of you.
Yeah.
In fact, the role of citizens, we have to
Yeah.
emphasize more on that, because a lot of hue and cry from the today the plastic waste management is becoming a menace.
Exactly.
And the other things are we are able to control because they're all point source pollution. This is a non-point source pollution.
Exactly.
So that is very fragmentary work is going on in this. People are the kabaddi-walas are main culprits, and they collect all kinds of things and then they dispose of things in the gutters and other places. It is becoming a nuisance rather.
Yes.
I think these things have to be addressed in our fora as and when it is possible, I think.
Actually, I will tell, sir, through EPTRI, we have recently taken some initiatives. We have created wealth out of waste. So all the plastic waste we are converting into oil. One technique newly we have developed, some R&D work is going on. And there is one Hyderabad also, one large manufacturer, sir. He is collecting total plastic waste and converting it to various useful products. And one more in Ramachandrapuram, he is totally converting the plastic into oil and using for autos and other things. So a lot of
Oh.
things are there, but we are not fully aware. That is the problem.
That is the
Awareness
problem.
is not there.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling. We have to create grassroots level awareness in these
Exactly.
areas
Exactly. Yes.
and make people aware that things are going on. No one knows what is happening and where to dispose of. Also, they don't know. A lot of people want to ask me, sir,
Exactly.
where we give these plastic bottles. I'm thinking of asking these big houses like Coca-Cola and all to put
Actually,
up these
sir,
vendors.
one Biocrux manufacture, one Biocrux is the one authority. They have installed one machine in our office. So what happens? All the plastic waste, when we put in the machine, it will crushes and forms pellet. Through
That's
these
what I,
pellets, they can use for dress, t-shirts, and other things for athlete and other people, which we have
correct.
installed. All bus stations, MGBS, Jubilee, railway stations, Secunderabad, at least 18 places such machines are already working. But
Oh, very good.
they are very less. 18 is very less in this much big city. So yeah, it's costing around 7 to 8 lakhs. So we have installed in our APTR. If anybody interested, they can come and see. It is wonderful in emission. Any plastic bottle, just put it, it will break into small
It,
pieces.
that shredders.
Yeah,
They're all
shredders,
shredders.
exactly.
Yeah. This I taken in Tamil Nadu when 2003 we have done a lot of work in this area.
Yes, sir,
However,
same. Yes, Biocrux, Tamil
same
Nadu.
it's been propagated everywhere.
Yes,
It's a good thing that these things should be made aware to the people. That's what I'm
that is the
telling.
problem. That is the problem. Awareness is not.
Aware. Thank you, Ravindra, for
Yeah,
your
thank you,
nice
sir.
example lecture. Very
Thank you,
nice. Thank you.
Thank you, Right Garu. Thank you, sir. There is one query. Can we manufacture a plastic that can be easily degradable? And what grade plastic is required that can be usable as well as recyclable?
There are a lot of biodegradable wastes coming out. I don't know. There are some 100% biodegradable wastes are there, which is available in the market. Somebody is selling in the market that is biodegradable, but is not totally biodegrading. But there are so many nowadays. All the supermarkets are selling the covers and other things which are automatically with biodegradable plastic. There is coming in the market actually. Though awareness is already created, but public may, whether it is no or not, we know. But if you go to any supermarket, biodegradable compostable bags are now available in the market. Slightly high. So generally we will turn to other plastics. Slightly 1 rupee or 2 rupee. Other bags are will be 50 paise or something. So public, unless public become aware and procure the same to save environment, it is a difficult one. There are available plenty of biodegradable, because what happens, the chains can be broken. That is the benefit. Now technologies are available for biodegradable.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, nowadays we have these plastic and fibers made from corn starch and various other.
Yeah, plenty is available. It is tapioca cars. In
Even
marriages and bigger function hall also, now they are taking up. So smaller area, small houses and other things, still it has to come. Yes, when we go to market, it is available already. They are asking whether you want biodegradable or non-biodegradable. Generally, it is a tendency to go for non-biodegradable, cheaper variety. But they are asking all the items which are available biodegradable, and the market is available.
yeah, there is one query. So democracy by, for, and of the people, even though the citizens are having the responsibility in our locality, the people who have started going against the industrial pollution have lost their lives. So,
I don't know
yes, sir.
nowadays. We actually, all the departments, whether it is central government or whether state government, has created websites. Complaint redressal mechanism is there. But in my lifetime, till my retirement, I have seen never, very rarely, 1 or 2 persons will complain for once in a month. So I feel that there is everything. So any complaint is there. You can a complaint redressal mechanism is such that For example, in pollution control board, if you see complaint redressal mechanism is there, you can give complaint, whether it is attended or not attended, everything will come in that app. But most of the people not at all using. Similarly, everything, whether it is not only pollution control board, all the departments, they have developed this complaint redressal mechanism. So that should be used by public. There is possibility, but most of the times we are not aware and we are not. Only some litigants will use that things. Actually, the regular, very say, citizens who are having good intentions will never apply.
Yes, sir. That is also there. We should not treat that as a complaint. At least we should take it as a responsibility to inform.
Yeah,
not
somebody
everything.
should mail. Somebody should mail and somebody should raise the issue.
Yeah.
Because the press people cannot do. Press people sometimes they have one-sided things only. They may sometimes support industry. They are maybe against industry also. So press we cannot simply depend upon.
Yes, sir. And there is one query. Will it be possible to install the plastic crusher in our locality? To whom we should approach for its installation?
This I can share it actually, that biocrux persons are there. Or now what happens is, even all if you even collect it and send it to our GHMC hazardous waste site, GHMC municipal solid waste site, they are segregating and converting into RDF, refuse derived fuel. Presently, the power plant is running with the help of all. What happens? We are mixing everything. They are taking a lot of efforts to sieve it and separating all the plastic, and then all the plastic, whatever they separated, washing and sending it to the producing power, waste to energy power plant. So it is always welcome approach. If a colony comes, if an association or some particular colonies come, because this it can be easily collected without any washing and without any cleaning to the municipal solid waste, Ramkis municipal solid waste. It is they are using, but they are putting lot of efforts of washing and segregating, saving and other things. When it comes with mixed with wet waste and dry waste, they have some problems. We are monitoring that. EPTR is the third party independent authority for that municipal solid waste.
Ravindra Garu.
Yeah.
I have a question to Ravindra.
Yeah,
Ravindra, can you throw? Can you give us the contact number of that shredder?
Yeah, I can share. I can share it.
So that the colonies can utilize this service.
Exactly.
They can hire it or something like that.
Yes.
Some management can be worked out.
Sure,
Some
it is around
modality.
2-3 lakhs we can procure, and one colony procures. If a smaller one, we can easily procure, and we can share.
And that can be given to the municipality
yes,
at a cost or something like that, or some incentive from the municipality to do these things.
Exactly.
That can be extended by you, please.
Yes, no problem, no problem. I will share the number to you, to Mr. Jayachandra and you to our team also.
Give it to Ravindra Garu so that he will pass it on to everyone. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I will share it.
Yeah, thank you, Raidi Garu. Yeah, as you rightly pointed out, we can have a collaboration with the organization where they can come and install. Otherwise, we can have an alternative mechanism where they can come and collect at least once in a week or once in a month. Yes. Again, this segregation, as rightly sir has pointed out, even I see also, personally I faced when I segregate all the waste, but when these HMC people come, they all dump into one small truck.
Yeah, that is the problem. Actually, some mechanism should be developed.
Yeah, so maybe this logistics.
But actually, once they go there, they are segregating and they are using for waste to energy.
Yes, sir. But again, the resources are getting wasted, as you rightly pointed out. They have to clean it and they have to separate it. Again, lot of man hours, labor hours are involved.
Exactly.
So that is there. So maybe we need to work on this and logistics, how better they can collect the segregated waste as it is and can deliver it at the dumping site or the processing site.
Okay.
And anyone else has any query? Further queries, you can raise your hand or unmute yourself. A lot of appreciation messages.
Oh, thank you.
But I don't see any queries as of now. Yeah, there is one query from Kaur Zabel. One-time use plastic, how much is dangerous and why we need to avoid it using twice or thrice?
Same thing. Just now I had discussed. Now microplastics will come. If it is uses the same thing. If hot water, for example, if we are taking a plastic glass and putting hot tea, all micropollutants will dissolve in it. So that is the dangerous. So we don't know. So that's why single-use plastic should be avoided, because it will have some microplastic without knowingly the small amount of microplastic. Still estimation is not finalized. Not we don't know still how to estimate. Estimation required GCMS or LCMS, like some 2 crore instruments. So still it is under R&D work only. But micropollutants are identified as all harmful things. So all these micropollutants are through the single-use plastics. So that is the dangerous. Whether it is straws, or it is the cups, all because of we are using some plastic glasses. Everything you can dissolve in hot. Everything we are using it. So that is the problem.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Actually, we need to be, as rightly sir has pointed out, we need to be more conscious of what we are doing. We need to be more mindful at a personal level, because, at an organization level, at an government
the list
level.
is already given. The list is already shared by single-use plastic in ministry website.
Yes.
That same thing we have to create awareness. That's all.
So I think lack of awareness, more awareness
Only problem is awareness. Yeah.
Brought at various levels. Maybe you can reach out to concerned authorities in your own states or cities. That is the best way we can invite them to.
In the sites are available. In the website, everything is available. Just to say, everything is available in the website of ministry, website of state PCB, or all website of municipality. Only thing is just you have to search it and just to create awareness among the people. Group wise, colony wise, like awareness is needed.
Yes, sir. Anyone else have any queries? You can put forth, or you can share your feedback as well. Yes, Sunday, you can unmute yourself. Do you have any query? Okay. Sir, we request you to kindly share resources with us, at least in the form of links or
Exactly.
whatever it is.
I will share it in 1 or 2 days. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Same mail I will share it. Just share to me. I will share it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Once again for joining us. And no, it was a really both the sessions were really very enlightening. And definitely, the awareness is the first thing that we need to create. And definitely in coming days, we can collaborate together in more awareness programs.
Exactly.
And definitely, we will collaborate and organize more programs. Thank you once again, sir, for accepting in a very short time.
Thank you. Because of the short time presentation not readily available in my. I am actually sick. I am working from home only, not working. I am on holiday leave. That's why I could not share my presentation to you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Get well soon. We wish you all the success.
Thank you. Thank you.
Have a great day, sir. A good night.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I'm leaving.
Yes, thank you. So now, after the wonderful presentations by Ravinder Garu in creating awareness and also bringing us insights on various laws and acts and compliances, I think we need to be more aware of these things. So in the very first place, so that as rightly mentioned by speakers, unless and until there is one saying, even mother also will not serve us until we ask them. So maybe taking in that perspective, we need not always take it in the form of complaint. We can always take it in the form of feedback or observation. So that will, be in a very positive note, and they will also be happy, and the next step always can be a complaint. If they don't respond properly, then, we can give it a complaint to them. So that is always the best way. Like even we have in Telugu also, we say, not everyone might understand, but we can say first is always a request. Then second, we will try to differentiate or discriminate. Then the final thing is to punish, that is enforcement. So government also follows similar, strategy. Directly they cannot enforce. Even in certain things, it is also enforced. Yeah, Abdul, do you have any? Okay. So we need to be aware of what are our privileges, basically, what are our rights, what are our duties. Both fundamental rights and fundamental duties are also equally important. We always keep talking about our fundamental rights, but what about our fundamental duties? That is also important. And Constitution also provided, as Sir has rightly pointed out, we have various constitutional remedies and provisions through which we got various rights and duties. So we need to be conscious and mindful of our surroundings and report, or at least bring to the awareness of the concerned authorities in a very polite way or in a very requestful way. Because at the end of the day, we all are human beings, right? We all wants to be respected. We all wants to be addressed in a proper way. So beyond the authority or position, at the end of the day, we all are citizens, no matter what position or what office we are holding. So we can always approach in a polite way in the very first time. Then if things are not working, then we need to see other ways. Then we can go for in the form of a complaint. Then we can see, otherwise we have RTI anyway. This is a powerful tool we have. We can ask for further information. If something is polluting or some facilities are not available, we can file an RTA and get the information. See, government or any other body is, under obligation to provide the information, unless and until there are certain exemptions as well in RTA. But these public information or information that is pertaining to the public are in public domain. So most of the information is available and we can get it through RTA, and we need to collect that information, consolidate, and we need to empower our citizens. And yes, there are certain governments which strictly implement or enforce, like even for that matter, it's not like blaming anyone, but we have to, retrospect ourselves that when we Indians only, it is quite common. Yeah, Sunday, do you have any query? Okay. So this is a problem. We keep muting when sessions are going on. Accidentally, the flow gets interrupted, especially. And the other problem, okay. So what I'm telling is, even when we are in India, we behave in a different manner. But when we visit foreign countries, how we are behaving? No, we are very conscious because we know laws are very strict and we don't throw anything. Either we carry some bag and put in. Even the biscuit wrappers, chocolate wrappers is quite common here. You buy something and just immediately unwrap it and throw it on the roads or roadsides or dustbins. But in abroad, if you buy something, we just fold it and keep it in our pocket until we find a dustbin or you can't just throw there immediately. Someone will be back of you with a bill to pay. So of course that is also important, but India is a very diverse country with different cultures, communities, and politically also a lot of complex things are there. So but the kind of diversity in other countries are different, and we have different religions, we have different belief systems, and again different communities, they have their own priorities. So implementing one single thing, we even couldn't bring an universal law which is applicable for all. Say for that matter, we have Hindu law, Christian law, Muslim law, so many laws. For that matter, we couldn't even bring a universal law. So there are the complexities. By pointing out someone, we cannot arrive at solutions. But rather, what we can do is there are complexities, there are diversities. So we can try to address at a micro level. Because slowly, when we change, when we start adopting things, slowly the things in the society will also change. The first thing is, reporting, making aware of our own community that something is happening which is not supposed to happen. That awareness is there. Media is also, sometimes they are able to cover, sometimes, most of the time, these issues are not being covered because their priorities are also different. It's all about priorities, everyone has their own priority. That is why other things are not of their priority. So that's why they are not focusing on that. So maybe because the time is high, we need to concentrate, focus more on priorities of climate change because it is affecting every nook and corner of the planet. No one is left behind. Every country, every citizen is facing, not just human beings. Animals are suffering, planets are paying for it. So it's a high time we all to be conscious and aware of these things. So we'll try to explore further various aspects and even with further discussions. Of course, this is not the end of the day or end of the discussion. We have daily events happening on. We will discuss. So we will invite our next speaker for the day. We have with us Dr. Vijay Kumari. She is a resource person, senior faculty, Mahatma Gandhi National Council of Rural Education. And she is also academic consultant in IGNO, Hyderabad. And she has more than a decade of experience in teaching and also research. Her area of specialization is in energy and environment sciences and management, climate change studies, disaster mitigation and management. So we welcome you, ma'am, for your topic. She would be talking on mangrove degradation and strategies for conservation. So you have two IDs. I'm giving access for two. Yeah, ma'am, you can now unmute yourself, start your video and also your presentation.
Good evening, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello. Okay. Can I share the screen?
Yes, ma'am, please go ahead.
Just it's not coming. Sir, I have sent the PPT to you. Could you please, because in the share, it's not coming.
You can try it from your side, ma'am, because it was not informed to us earlier, so it will take some time. Anyway, I will also try to help you.
Yeah.
You can try from your side.
Yes, sir. Yes. Is it visible, sir? Hello.
Yeah, now it's fine.
Yes.
You can
Sir,
make.
I'm not owning the video, sir, because it may give problem to the audio. So I'll continue like this. Thank you,
Okay,
sir.
ma'am.
So good evening to one and all. Myself, Vijaya, I'm associated with Mahatma Gandhi National Council of Rural Education. And initially I would thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to present the paper. And the presentation is for mangroves degradation and strategies for conservation. Now, I have worked on this topic at National Remote Sensing Center as a part of my project work. So I shall briefly enlighten on the degradation of mangroves, what were the causal factors, and what were the conservation strategies initiated and implemented for the sustainable management and conservation of mangroves. So for a brief introduction of the mangroves, mangrove is derived from the Portuguese.
Ma'am, we lost your voice. Dr. Vijaya, we can't hear you. And we see now only one ID is there. And in that ID, you are not connected to audio. Dr. Vijaya. There is some network problem. Let's wait. Connect back. I think there is some network issue. She's trying to connect back. Anyone else who have completed the formalities, waiting for their presentation? Okay, Vice Sunita. So we will invite short paper presentations which are unscheduled. Without time permits, we'll take that.
Hello.
I think you have to mute one of the device.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Please continue with your presentation. Yeah, slides are visible. We can't hear your voice, ma'am.
Am I audible now?
Yeah, now it's audible, but lot of echo is coming. I think you
Now,
can.
sir?
Now it's fine.
Okay, sir. Shall I continue?
Yeah, please.
Yes, sir. So mangroves also have the pneumatophores, which are the breeding roots. These are the aerial roots which rise above the surface of the soil and help in the interchange of gases. Next adaptation is the viviparous germination. That means the seeds germinate when they are still attached to the parent plant. Now, this is of considerable significance because the seeds, if they fall to the soil, then they are exposed to osmotic stress. So to avoid that, the seeds germinate when they are still attached to the parent plant. And once they germinate, they fall down and establish themselves in the soil. Now, this is termed as viviparous germination or giving birth to live plants. Now, coming to the distribution of mangroves, three factors control the distribution. These are the substratum, salinity conditions, and the topography. Worldwide distribution of mangroves shows that they are circumtropical in distribution, that is, spread in the region of tropics and subtropical areas around the equator. And there are two main regions of the mangroves in the world. One is the West Africa American region, and the second is the Asia Pacific region. And the world's total mangrove area is about 99,000 square kilometers. Now, of the two regions, Asia Pacific region is the highest reporting of mangroves, that is about 7.5 million hectares. And in this region, again, Indonesia is the region which is having dense mangroves, about 2.5 million hectares, and then followed by the Sundarbans. So Sundarbans will come to it later again. So annually, 1.5 million hectares of the mangroves are reported to be lost every year. Now, coming to the Indian scenario of the mangrove distribution, they are occurring along the east coast and the west coast. East coast or the Coromandel coast mangroves are seen in the West Bengal state, Karnataka, the Orissa, Andhra, the Madras, Karnataka, and even Maharashtra and the Malabar coast, as well as the Gulf of Kutch, that is in Gujarat. So total mangrove area in India is about 1.3 million hectares. And the three states which show dense mangroves are West Bengal, which is about 42.93%. Next comes Gujarat, that is about 22.5%, followed by Andaman and Nicobar Islands, which is 12%. So the Indian mangroves form about 3.3% of the world's mangroves. Next, now if you see the state of Maharashtra or Mumbai in particular, way back in 1560, it was just a group of 7 islands. And Kolkata also, just 5,000 years back, was an integral part of Sundarbans. Mainly due to mangrove deforestation, reclamation of the mangrove area for various purposes, urbanization and commercialization, we now see the current status of the Mumbai and Kolkata. Now, Mumbai has reported the formation of the Gorai Mangrove Park, which is to be open within 2 months in Maharashtra, that has the 50 square kilometers of the mangroves. Now, coming to the present study, it is located along the coastline of AP, and in AP, the coastline is about 1056 kilometers in length, and mangroves are confined to the East Godavari district, the Krishna region, and to a certain extent in Guntur district of Raipalle and Nizamapatnam. Now, in the present study, I have studied about the Koringa mangroves, which are in the East Godavari district. Koringa the name comes after a small river tribulate, and the Koringa mangroves are supplied with water from the tributaries of Godavari, namely the Vashta Godavari and the Gautami Godavari. Now, the right side is the satellite image of the Koringa mangroves. Next, so the objective of the present study was to map the total area of mangroves under study. Second, monitor the change in mangroves over a period of time. Then, impact of mangrove deforestation. What is the role of mangroves in climate change? Then also give suggestions and
approaches
for the conservation of mangroves and sustainable management of mangroves. Next, so here we have used the satellite remote sensing data. There are three main reasons for using this satellite remote sensing data. One is the mangrove areas are inaccessible by man. So by using the satellite remote sensing data, we get the large area data. Secondly, we can get multi-temporal satellite data. And third, by digital image processing, we precise and acute information on the statistics of mangroves is obtained. So here we have used in this study the IRS-1A list 1, IRS-1B list 2 A2 data, and the IRS-1C list 3 satellite data. So we have used the digital image processing of the satellite data to derive the results and to see the total area of mangroves and what is happening to the mangrove area over a period of time. So you see in the year 1985, the mangrove area is about 231.35 square kilometers. In 1995, it was 217 square kilometers. And in 2005, it is 185 square kilometers. So you can see that over a period of time, there has been a gradual reduction or degradation of the mangroves in the Kooringa region. So what is the reason for this? Why is there a degradation in the mangroves? So we have also visited the villages of the Kooringa region, and we visited the villages of Bulusutipa and Kochapalam and other villages. And we also interacted with the local people living in the villages there to identify what are the main reasons for the degradation of the mangroves. So one of the main reasons that was the ecosystem services or the goods and services that are provided by the mangroves. Mangroves are of industrial value. So near the Kooringa region, there are the newspaper mills and certain other agro-based industries that derive the raw material from the mangroves. So mangroves are a source of raw material for these industries, and therefore mangroves are of industrial value and they are illegally deforested. Next, mangroves are also of medicinal value. Reports show that every part of the mangrove extract has a medicinal value. They are used, the extracts of mangroves are used for cure of kidney stones, bronchitis, and even in the treatment of cancer. Extract of one species, namely Brugera species, the extract is used for control of cholesterol level in the blood. Mangroves species, these are some of the species like Rhizophora species, Avicennia species, which are of medicinal value. Next, mangroves help in the process of accretion. What is accretion? The prop roots or the stem roots, they bind the soil particles and trap them and build the coastal island and extend the coastline. In fact, Bangkok has been reported to be formed by the process of accretion due to mangroves. Now, mangroves are hotspots of ecotourism. They offer recreational value, they offer alternate sources of livelihood, and they are also regenerate revenue to the government. They generate revenue to the government. AP government has declared Kooringa mangrove as a wildlife sanctuary because of its it harbors rich biodiversity. So we have seen during our course of study that about 20 different species of mangroves are present here, and nearly more than 120 faunal species live in this Kooringa habitat. Further, mangroves are the coastal buffer zones. Buffer zones means we know the coastal zones have fragile, dynamic regions, and any kind of a disturbance along the coastal region, mangroves have the inherent capacity to bring it back to the normal stable condition. That's why mangroves are termed as the coastal buffer zones. Next. Mangroves are. Yes. So keeping in view. Right. So next, mangroves are the defense mechanism against tsunamis. So we have seen how Madam Mary was present during the tsunami which occurred in December, in the month of December 2004. Is that all these tsunamis or the natural cyclones, they are disasters causing, having devastating impact. They cause traumatic experience or misery, especially to the survivors. The reports indicate that had the mangroves been conserved along the coastline, then the damage would not have been intensive. Mangroves are the protective regions along the coastal zone. They grow to a height of 40 meters to 50 meters, and that controls or stabilizes the high rising waves, the tidal waves, the storm surges, and the wind's velocity can be controlled by these mangroves because of the height along the coastal region. So mangroves are the green shelter belts along the coastal region. So we see how nature is the structural framework of nature is planned. The right thing is placed at the right position to perform the right function. So any kind of a tampering or disturbance in this natural framework can have disastrous impact. Therefore, mangroves are important biodiversity or greenery along the dynamic fragile coastal zones. So overall, we can see that mangroves provide socio-economic development by providing the goods and services, and they also help in maintaining the stability of the fragile fragile coastal region. So what are the causal factors now for the degradation of mangroves? So we have interacted with the local people there, and we have seen that they depend on the mangroves for the source of fuelwood and firewood. Nearly 300 acres of the mangroves are used for the supply of the firewood. And this generates a revenue of 2 lakhs for the people. Norway is the first country in the world that has banned deforestation. Next, farming has spread into the mangrove area. Now, in Koringa region, we have seen that mangrove areas are cleared for the cultivation of different farm crops like coconut palms, then palmane palms, even pineapple has been cultivated there. Even casuarina is cultivated by clearing the mangroves, and these are the beech forests. Incidentally, we have seen eucalyptus also is being cultivated in this region. Eucalyptus, we know it is a controversial plant because there is rapid transpiration that reduces the soil moisture. And farmers are even cultivating a salt-tolerant variety of paddy in this region. And they reported that every year, nearly 3 tons per hectare of paddy is produced in this mangrove region. So clearing the mangroves and reclaiming that area and promoting farming can have disastrous effects because it affects the soil conditions. Next, people also, they leave the livestock in the mangrove areas, and they are of the opinion that cattle, when they feed on the mangroves, they are resistant to diseases and even produce good quality milk. Yes, another important reclamation of mangrove area is for transforming the mangrove area to aquaculture ponds. So the mangroves are felled, and the saline condition of the mangrove area is suitable for fish farming and shrimp culture. So this we have seen in Coringa region that in 1985, the area under aquaculture was around 700 hectares. And in 2005, that area has increased to nearly 7,000 hectares. So you can see how aquaculture is rapidly spreading in the mangrove region. So this can have environmental hazards along the coastal region. It can affect productivity of coastal areas. It can cause habitat degradation. There is loss of mangrove function. Loss of mangrove functions means mangroves are intermediate between the terrestrial region or the land on one side and the water on the other side. So they are in between. So any land and water interactions are performed by the mangroves. So that is lost. And when that is lost, the balance is disturbed. So there is also the release of waste causing pollution of the soil and groundwater. And also when the mangroves are converted to aquaculture, the inland becomes more prone to floods and other natural disasters along the coastline. So as I said, when the mangrove area is transformed and used for either farming or for aquaculture, then the soil and the water is affected. That is, there is habitat degradation that causes geohydrological transformation, and that can have serious impact in the long run. Further, it is encroachment of people into the mangrove area. So in the Coringa region, there are about 40 villages and about 10,500 households, and all of them, they depend on the mangroves. And they have also encroached into the mangrove area, and the number of settlements has increased in the mangrove region. So, and in the mangrove area, there are some sugar mills, then Godavari fertilizers, Nagarjuna fertilizers, and factories are there, which discharge their effluents into the mangrove region. So you can see here the change in the color of the waters. It's not just the change in the color of the water, but there is a change in the physical, chemical, and biological parameters of the soil and the water, which will become unfit for the survival of the mangroves. So recent reports have shown that there has been oil drilling in this region, and also the area has been explored for natural gas, exploration for natural gas. And in Pasarlapudi, one of the villages in East Godavari district, the pipeline burst, and that resulted in a major fire accident. And in that fire accident, much of the mangroves were burnt, and similarly the paddy fields were affected, and so also the coconut farms. We know the coastal region, there are plenty of coconut farms. So Andhra Pradesh, which is considered to be one of the rice bowls of India, is badly affected in terms of the rice production because of all these activities. Now, this is the land use and the land cover change map. The left one is in the year 1985 and the right is 2005. So the brown area indicates the settlements. So in 2005, you can see the settlements have increased. Yellow indicates the degraded area, and degradation has been massive in the mangrove area in 2005. Similarly, aquaculture, which was only sparse in 1985, it is represented in blue color. You can see it is spread into the mangrove areas. So the land use and the land cover map clearly indicates that there is mangrove degradation is taking place at a rapid pace in the Coringa region. Next, what is the role of mangroves in combating climate change? Mangroves are carbon sinkers and can cushion the effects of coastal storms, waves, and surges. So by capturing and storing significant amounts of carbon, mangroves play a vital role in controlling the global warming. So therefore, mangroves help in the process of carbon sequestration, and they are termed as the coastal green soldiers. Finally, we can see that mangroves, by their presence along the coastline, they mitigate the impact of the natural events, and they also protect the inland inhabitants. However, we have seen that as per the Paris Agreement, because of global warming, if the temperature shoots more than 1.5 degrees centigrade, and can go even up to 3.7 to 4.8 degrees by the end of century, and that can cause the loss of wetlands. And as Dr. Ravindra sir was saying, that the polar ice was melting, there is complete degradation of the habitat, and that becomes unsuitable for the survival of the polar bears. You cannot, just because the ice is melting there, you cannot translocate the polar bears to another place. It is their natural habitat, and they will live there only. They can survive only in the polar region. So therefore, it becomes very important that climate change need to be controlled. Otherwise, if it becomes extensive and intensive, then it can have serious consequences. And just as we were talking about how the dinosaurs have disappeared, hopefully the same situation, man should not come to the same situation. So we must act right now. So mangroves, on one hand, by their presence, they mitigate the natural calamities, the impact of the natural calamities. But at the same time, if the climate change becomes severe, then mangroves are also vulnerable. They also cannot survive. For instance, if global warming takes place and there is a rise in the temperature, then that can cause drought. So when drought sets in, dry conditions appear. And in that dry conditions, mangroves cannot survive. Similarly, when there is a rise in temperature due to global warming, there is a rise in the sea level. So when there is a rise in the sea level, the coastal area is inundated and mangroves will be submerged. So therefore, a natural balance is very, very important. So here you can see the sea level rise, how it affects the mangroves. When the sea level rise is from 8 to 9 centimeters, then mangroves survive. When it is more, say 9 to 10 centimeters rise, they can tolerate. Or, they are stressed. But above 12 centimeters, mangroves, when the sea level rise above 12 centimeters, then mangroves simply disappear. So you can take a classic case study of Sundarbans. Now, Sundarbans, how it gets the name is, there is one mangrove dominant species, namely Heritira. That is a dominant species of mangroves present in Sundarbans. And locally, it is known as Sundari or Sundar. That's why, because it is dominant in that area, the region is called as Sundarbans. So reports indicate that UNESCO has in fact declared Sundarbans as a World Heritage Site. However, reports show that if global warming exceeds and the temperature rises above 1.5 degrees centigrade, then Sundarbans will disappear. And if Sundarbans is lost, the next place to disappear would be Bangladesh and West Bengal. So that's how it is. So in a nutshell, we can see these are the different causal factors that pose a serious threat for the survival of the mangroves. And you can say that mangroves region is a paradise at risk. It is right now, mangroves are an endangered species. It is of global concern. So the problem is universal and the solution is indigenous. So mangrove ecosystem is under strain and mangroves need immediate attention. So what needs to be done for the conservation and sustainable management of mangroves? That is very important. So a number of initiatives and strategies have been introduced and implemented for the conservation and sustainable management of mangroves. Now, what are they? There are 4 pillars for the ecological mangrove restoration. The first one is we must put nature first. We must realize the fact that we belong to nature. Nature does not belong to us. That is the topmost priority. Since we belong to the environment, environment does not belong to us. Second is we put nature back, because in the current scenario, we have seen a lot of degradation in nature and environment. So the top priority is to bring nature back to its original pristine condition. That is the second step. Now the third step is, no doubt development is essential for the well-being of humanity, but then development also must include environmental issues and challenges. You cannot leave out environment and just going for development. That can have serious consequences, and that is the situation in which we are right now. So therefore, any development activity must consider environmental issues and see to that nature is not impacted in the name of development. So finally, the fourth pillar is that man should live in harmony with nature. And when this happens, then nature itself will will support human beings or all living beings on the earth. So these are the 4 important pillars based on which the ecological mangrove restoration is possible. So a number of nurseries, keeping in view the degradation of mangroves, a number of nurseries are coming up in the mangrove in the Coringa region, and they are growing the mangrove saplings, and these mangrove saplings are then transplanted to the waters, and that helps in the regeneration of mangrove in the area. So you can see mangrove regeneration has been accomplished in Coringa region also, and similarly regeneration of mangrove has also taken place in the state of Orissa and to a certain extent in Mumbai. And overall, in India, nearly 17 square kilometers of mangroves have been regenerated. Recent reports have shown that in Vizag, the district collectorate, in collaboration with the Vizag Port Trust, has identified 50 acres of the land for the regeneration of the mangroves. So what is required is to create an awareness of the mangroves, especially among the people who are living along the coastal line. For them, they should know the importance and the value of the mangroves. Only then they will stop the degradation of the mangroves. So awareness is required by offering educational programs, training programs, and also by creating certain, providing them with alternate socio-economic living. They should be provided with alternate sources of livelihood. Then they will not depend on the mangroves for their source of income. So mangrove awareness is very, very important for their conservation and sustainable management. Therefore, the way forward is for an integrated approach for management of coastal mangrove ecosystems. A number of measures have been identified here. One is to arrest encroachment. Second is NERI has proposed that aquaculture should be banned within 500 meters of the coastal regulation zone. Further, as I said, educational centers are coming up to create awareness on the value of mangroves, and also to provide the local inhabitants with socio-economic welfare measures. Therefore, an integrated approach is necessary to create awareness for the conservation and sustainable management of the mangroves. So the need of the hour is the eco-restoration and eco-development for the sustainable management of mangroves. So mangroves management requires an integrated effort of conservation, protection, development, research, ecological aspect, and active participation of the local inhabitants. That is the need of the hour. If all such measures are strictly implemented, then definitely mangroves can be conserved and sustainably managed. Further, in the international scenario, if you see, UNESCO has designated the mangrove sites as the World Heritage Site. As I told you earlier, Sundarbans has been declared as the World Heritage Site. Similarly, Andhra Pradesh government also has put forward a proposal to declare Kodinga region as a World Heritage Site, and the proposal is still pending for recognition. Next, the International Society for Mangrove Ecosystem is a non-governmental organization founded in 1990 to promote the study of mangroves in order to improve their protection, the management, and sustainable use. Similarly, the next one is the International Blue Carbon Initiative. Now, this is a joint venture of the Conservation International, IUCN, that is International Union for Conservation of Nature and Natural Resources, and the Intergovernmental Oceanic Commission. The aim of this is to protect and restore coastal and marine ecosystems. Further, we see that IUCN and United Nations Development Program launched the Mangroves for the Future. Now, this program is to encourage investment, its funding is important, in the conservation of the coastal ecosystems. So some of the member states in this initiative are Bangladesh, Cambodia, India, Indonesia, Maldives, Myanmar, Pakistan, Seychelles, Sri Lanka, Thailand, and Vietnam. So July 26 has been declared as an International Day for the Conservation of Mangroves by UNESCO, and to increase awareness of mangrove ecosystem and encourage sustainable management and conservation. Indian government has set up the National Mangrove Committee in 1976, which advises the government on mangrove protection and development. MISTI is another initiative which is a joint venture of MGNREGS, that is the Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme, and the CANPA Fund, that is Compensatory Afforestation Fund Management and Planning Authority. So the aim of this MISTI program, MISTI means Mangrove Initiative for Shoreline Habitat and Tangible Income. Tangible income means to generate revenue from the mangroves by the sustainable management and conservation. So the program focuses mainly on the intensive afforestation of coastal mangrove ecosystems. So therefore, keeping in view all these innovative strategies and initiatives, if they are strictly implemented, then there is still a ray of hope for conservation and sustainable management of mangroves. It's like better late than never. So mangrove ecosystem is a unique, fragile ecosystem, and they need to be preserved for posterity. So mangroves are to be treated as a resource to be sustained in perpetuity. So in conclusion, I would conclude with a quote of John Milton, which says, "Accuse not nature, for she has done her part. Do thou but time." Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vijay Kumari. It was a very insightful
Thank you, sir.
presentation. And the way you presented also gave a lot of insights about mangroves, and you also, in a very good way, came up with the solutions as well.
Thank you, sir.
We will now open the forum for question and answers. Dear friends, you can unmute yourselves, or you can raise your hand, or you can use chat box to share your queries, comments, observations, feedback, or if you have any clarifications. Raidu Garu, can unmute yourself.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Vijayalakshmi, for the excellent presentation.
Thank you, sir.
I was wondering why you have not mentioned the Portonova area of mangroves in Tamil Nadu coast.
Yes, sir. Pichavaram Mangroves is there, sir.
Pichavaram.
Yes, sir. MS Swaminathan Foundation, they are doing excellent work on mangroves in that region.
Correct.
Pichavaram, it is near Chidambaram in Tamil Nadu. Yes,
sir.
sir.
And restoring it back to the normalcy.
Yes,
it was,
sir.
150 square kilometers of mangroves were there in that area. And
Yes, sir.
was a lot of that was grazed off by the greedy people in that area, but now it is being restored by Swaminathan Foundation. That
Yes,
is what
sir.
I wanted to add to your excellent presentation.
Thank you, sir.
It is a great boon that we have. Until unless we have mangroves, by now the Indian coast would have been submerged into waters. They are guarders. They are the guard for the entire coast and inland waters also.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Excellent presentation. I'm thrilled to hear you, and
Thank you,
I
sir.
wish you all the best for your future works.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Raidu Garu. Anyone else have any queries or observations? Then unmute yourself. If there are no queries, I think the presentation also was very simple, easy to understand.
Thank you, sir.
There is no scope for unless and it was very simple. And you have added a lot of photographs. And I also many times visited this Kakinada.
Yes, sir.
So I have personally seen this mangrove, and
Yes, sir.
in fact, that is a great boon for that entire Kakinada, under the coastal line.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Because it was protecting from, as Raidu Garu also pointed out, and in your presentation also you have rightly mentioned, it was guarding and Kakinada port, both the government and private port.
Yes,
both are today blooming because of that, and both by land and these mangroves, they are guarding.
Yes.
They have acted as a buffer for the trade as well as
Yes.
protection, conservation.
Yes.
Very well presented.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present the papers. I thank the organizers and express my sincere gratitude to you all, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Congratulations. We wish you all the success for your future endeavors and look forward for more sessions in future.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
So friends, I think all the scheduled sessions are done for today. There are few unscheduled sessions We will go on with that. So we will start with Mrs. Y. Sunita. Just a second, I will give you access. Yeah, so the next presentation would be by Y. Sunita. She is Assistant Professor, Department of Humanities and Sciences from BJIT, Hyderabad, on spatial and temporal analysis of land use and land cover of Hyderabad city using ArcGIS. You can unmute yourself and start your video and presentation. So there is one query from Shashi before Sunita gets ready to Vijay Kumari, or anyone can answer. Kindly inform us where we could get these samplings. So hope you are talking about mangrove samplings. Shashi has asked very.
Samples of what samples, sir?
Saplings, where
Saplings.
Saplings,
That
mangrove.
Koringa region, in that local region itself, they are nurseries are started where they are have the seeds, and then they are raising the saplings. And once the saplings are raised, they are then translocated to the waters. You have the mangrove nurseries which are set up in these mangrove belt in that specific location.
Yeah, thank you. Shashi, hope your query is answered. Yeah. In those mangrove areas itself, nurseries are set up so that you can approach them, or if you would like to see, you can visit any of your nearest mangroves. In most of the coastal lines we have, as already ma'am showed you the presentation, and this video is also available on YouTube. And if you visit the website, we have a dedicated section, live sessions. In that page, you can see all the videos. Even yesterday video is also available. Once today's session concludes, we are updating today itself. So you can go through the videos also. And there is also one important announcement. Actually, today we thought of conducting a quiz, but due to technical reasons, it was postponed tomorrow. Yeah, just kindly mute yourself. So tomorrow we are conducting the environment quiz. So we have already mailed the. Initially we thought we will conduct within the Zoom platform, but many have registered but are not attending at the same time. So we have almost, as per Zoom statistics, we have 150 plus participants attending, but they are not attending all the entire duration at the same time. So that's the reason what we thought is we should be able to extend to everyone. That's why we have created a Google form and we have emailed to all the 500 plus participants who have registered. We have sent an email. You kindly check your email. It should be, the email is from the same conference email ID, WSWD2023@gmail.com. Tomorrow, 6 o'clock, 6:10, 6 o'clock, we'll start the conference. We are there live to support you in case if you have any difficulties. We'll also share you the Google form link for the quiz in the chat box also. In 6:30, till 6:30, we don't have any session. We will be waiting for quiz to conclude. So 6:10, we will be opening. The form will start accepting the responses. And by 6:30, the form will get closed automatically. So we request everyone to refresh your page by 6:10 and then try to submit all. There are 30 questions and we have 20 minutes time, including the participants' details. Basic details are required because at times we have seen in our experience, the link is being shared and those participants who have not registered also at times attempt. So to have their data, we have incorporated certain participant details also into that, including that may take maximum 5 minutes. That is maximum time, even if you are dead slow in typing and other aspects. So we will have at least 30 seconds for each question. And all questions are the ones which have been discussed in the conference. And those who are into environment, science, environment, they know, and most of the are above PG qualification. So you would be easily answering, but those who are, from other backgrounds, for them, little bit hard. I won't say it is hard because you have already attended most of the sessions. So most of them you can easily answer. And you can also go through, all the videos are there. And the top 3 scorers will be given merit certificates like first rank, second rank, third rank. And all the participants who have who are attempting and submitting, you also need to submit before 6:30 because after 6:30 you will not get option to submit even though form is open. So okay. So the form will get closed by by 6:30. So it will open exactly at 6:10 p.m. evening and it will get closed exactly by 6:30 p.m. So don't wait till last second or last minute. Try to submit by 6:29 p.m. itself because of network issues also, because of certain lags also, you may not get an opportunity to submit. So don't wait till last minute or last second. Try to submit as early as possible. And once you submit, we will try to see with the team is working on it. And maybe if by the valedictory session, if the results are out and everything is processed, we will announce in the valedictory itself the winners and all the certificates will be generated along with the conference certificates after verifying all the details. And all the certificates, including presentation, participation, and quiz certificates, 3 types of certificates, as I mentioned. One is for participation. All the participants who submit the quiz will get participation certificate, which is additional from this conference certificate. And those who are scoring top 3 scorers will be getting the merit certificates, first, second, third, and third rank. And those who score 50% and above, they will be mentioned as they are qualified. Otherwise, it is mentioned as participated in the quiz. And those who are scoring above 50%, that half of there is no negative scoring. All questions are mandatory. So don't waste time on a single question. Whichever you think is right, only one answer is right among the 4 multiple choice question. Among the 4 choices, only one choice is correct. So you can select whichever is correct and you can move on. So there will be, all questions will be appearing all at once. I mean, it is in a single form, because again, we have seen earlier that due to some network issues also, form may not reload, or it might struck with other question. So to make it simple, we have put everything in one form only. So all questions will be displayed. So for each question, we'll have about 20 seconds, say. So don't spend much time. Attempt all the questions, and before 6:29 or just before 6:30, you make sure you are submitting your responses. Don't worry whether it is correct or wrong. No one is judging here. It's just a, kind of learning for us, maybe, because it's just we are evaluating ourselves. It's not evaluation, we are just going through ourselves. So we request everyone, those who have received email, I will also share the link now before we conclude. In the chat box, already we have sent email, and the quiz link has also been updated on the website. It is also available on the website. Once you visit our website, you can find the quiz link. So in all the ways, we have also shared in the WhatsApp groups as well, on the Facebook group also. So link have been shared through multiple sources. Hope it has already reached you. So make sure you are exactly joining the meeting, even if you join the conference at 6 also. But as you have already the Google form link for quiz, you can attempt the quiz and then join back conference at 6:30, or you can join at 6 o'clock and attempt the quiz. We are there if you are facing an issue, and you can circulate that quiz form to all your friends, colleagues, students, research scholars. And there is also registration form attached. Those who have already registered for the conference, they need not register again. It is the same registration form for quiz as well as the conference. So those who have already registered, they need not register again. Only those who have not registered for the conference, they only need to register. So those who have already registered, you can ignore. If you are forwarding the link to others, you also forward with that message, complete message, or you send both the links, registration link as well as the quiz link, so that they can register and also attend the quiz. No answers in quiz. After submitting answers, immediately the answers are displayed. No. Because some might be submitting early, some might be submitting on time. So that's the reason answers are not displayed, but we will discuss it. See, once we will, before concluding on that, I will share all the answers also. If time permits, we'll discuss all the question paper and answers also. Don't worry about it. It's not a serious thing. We all know, we all have discussed. And those are basic, questions only. It's very easy quiz. That is not to test our knowledge or anything. It's a very simple quiz, very easy questions. Everyone can attempt. So don't worry, everyone will get certificate. I mean, it is that simple. Form, yeah, Google form link is available. Already we have sent you an email. I will share you in the chat box also. And it's already available. But what will happen is, when you click on that link, it will show you that it is not accepting responses. Even now also you can open the link, but it will not accept the responses. Only tomorrow we will allow it to accept responses at 6:10 p.m. evening. So from 6:10 p.m. You can start filling up the details, and then you can start answering. So link is available already in your mailbox. I will be sharing even now also. And I think as one of our participants has mentioned, there is some misspelled. That also we will take care. If there is something like that, maybe we overlooked it, we will correct it, no problem. So, yeah, we'll move on to the presentation. Yeah, Mrs. Y. Sunita, are you ready with your presentation?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Is my voice audible, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Voice is clear, video is clear. You can start with presentation.
So good evening to all the delegates, resource persons, and the participants. Good evening, all. I'm very much privileged and obliged to participate in such a great international conference on occupational safety, health, food safety, oceans, environment, climate change, well-being, and sustainable development 2020. And I extend my thanks to Dr. Ravindra sir for giving me such a great opportunity to present my work on this prestigious platform. Now, let me introduce myself. I am Mrs. Y. Sunita, research scholar of JNTU Hyderabad under the guidance of Dr. Anjali sir. I am working as assistant professor in Vidyajyoti Institute of Technology of Anurag Group of Institutions. Today, I would like to present my work on land use and land cover analysis using ArcGIS software titled Spatial and Temporal Analysis of Land Use and Land Cover of Hyderabad City using ArcGIS. Is my complete slide visible, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Please continue.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So my work is on ArcGIS to assess the land use and land covers. So it is estimated that by 2050, the urban population of India will be 52.8% of the total population. To accommodate such a large population, land in urban areas is becoming one of the prime natural resources. Urban population growth causes land use and land cover changes in urban settlements, and this is a continuous process. There is an urgent need to regulate land cover changes in metropolitan cities. Hyderabad is one of the fastest growing cities in India. Land use and land cover change analysis has been done for Hyderabad city using high resolution remote sensing data for the period of 2013, 17, and 20. The remote sensing data used for this study is taken from Landsat 8 satellite data. The shape file for administrative boundaries is taken from Google Earth. Image pre-processing and supervised classification are carried out by using ArcGIS from ArcGIS software to find out the land use and land cover analysis for the period of 2013, 17, and 22. So there has been a drastic change in built-up areas in the last 2 decades. The built-up area has increased from 54.03% in 2001 to 63.84% in 2020. Water bodies and green spaces have marginally increased in the last 2 decades, whereas barren land in other areas have marginally decreased. The main reason for land use changes are natural population growth and in migration due to the development of IT sector in the last 2 decades. So let me introduce my study area. So the term land use and land cover are often used interchangeably, but each term has its own unique meaning. The land cover refers to the surface cover on the ground, like vegetation, urban infrastructure, water, bare soil, etc. Whereas the land use refers to the purpose the land serves, for example, recreation, wildlife habitat, or agriculture. As per the World Urbanization Prospects, 2008 is considered to be the landmark year in the history of human beings, as half of the world population has started living in urban areas. So natural growth, rural to urban migration, and expansion of urban boundaries are some of the reasons for the increasing of urban population. The rising population and widespread economic developments have made changes in land use patterns across the globe. The population predictions across the globe indicate that this rate of land use change will accelerate shortly. Remote sensing is considered to be the most useful and accurate method of deriving information on land use and land cover analysis. Remote sensing data from different satellites are used for retrieving information related to land use land cover. Land use land cover is useful for forecasting future trends, analyzing past developments in policy making, urban planning, etc. fields. So in this paper, land use land use land cover analysis is being done with the high quality remote sensing data. So the objectives of my study are, first, to understand the changing of land use pattern in Hyderabad city for the years 2013, 17 and 22. And second objective is to analyze the land use land cover changes of these years in Hyderabad city. Now the database which I have collected for data collection of satellite images, we have referred to the Landsat database, which is a joint program of the USGS website. It is a free database. It has data from the year 1972 and provides fair spatial resolution needed for the purpose of land use land cover. The Landsat satellites are a series of Earth observing satellites orbiting in the sun synchronous near polar orbit and are operational since 1972. The shapefile for the administrative boundaries of the study area is taken from Google Earth websites. Landsat 8 image listed in covering Hyderabad was acquired from the USGS Earth Explorer free online data services for land use and land cover. So now this is my study area where I have taken the outer ring road regions as my study area. So this Hyderabad outer ring road region, it is situated in the southern part of Telangana in southern eastern India, along the banks of Musi River, a tributary of Krishna River, located on the Deccan Plateau in the northern part of South India. Now, I have made the different classes for my analysis. Means I wanted to separate them into 4 classes. I have separated them into 4 classes, whereas one is built-up land, and second one is vegetation or forest cover, and the third one is water body, and the fourth one is the barren lands. So built-up land, mainly including the residential area, commercial area, industrial zones, railways, highways, expressways, etc. And the vegetation including the natural forest land, shrub land, forest, or nursery, mangroves, etc. water body means the rivers, ponds, lakes, rivers, etc. All these things. So the remaining area which has not been covered by these three things have been considered as the barren land. Now this is the methodology. So this is the methodology where the data is been acquired, means how I have classified this land use land cover. So first I have acquired the data from the USGS website, and this from this website I have logged in and I have registered and I have downloaded the Landsat 8 data, which is the Landsat 8 OLI-TIRS, the satellite. So of 13, 17 and 22 years, satellite images have been downloaded, and these images after downloading, I have means what you call layer stacking is done. So after layer stacking, again I have enhanced the image. So what is this layer stacking and image enhancement? So here is the layer stacking in the sense composite band. So making the composite image. So here I have means from 1 to 9 bands. I've grouped it, means I have added in the ArcGIS software where I made this composite image, and this composite image will have the 30-meter resolution. As you can see, this image will not be that much clear, means with the 30-meter resolution. Whereas the second image, which is the excuse me, which is the pan sharpen image, where the means this is another option which is available in ArcGIS software, where we can increase the resolution from 30 meter to 15 meter. So that is called pan sharpen image. So by doing this pan sharpening image, we can clearly visualize the things which are present in that satellite image with that natural colors. Now, so here, after this, next step, I did the supervised classification by using the maximum likelihood algorithm. So this is the means the supervised classification of land use land cover of 13, 17 and 22 I did. So after that means by selecting means those images 13, 17 and 22 individually I have taken, and by taking each year's Landsat image, I need to identify these areas from that satellite image. So that what I did, so in the image analysis tool, I have selected the training sample manager, where I will be selecting based on the spectral signature of that image. So based on the spectral image means by visualizing, we can easily identify which area is vegetation, which area has the built up land, which area has the water bodies. So based on that visualization, we can just assume that means by enhancing or by zooming that image and by drawing some polygons, we will be identifying that spectral signature as one class. So like this means I have identified 4 classes, like from that image by selecting the spectral signature pixels. First, I have selected some points where the built-up land is existing, and secondly, I have selected some more points where the water bodies are existing, and thirdly, I have selected some points where the vegetation is existing, and the remaining points, some points I have selected where the barren land is existing. So like this, the points I have selected, after selecting the points, I can easily rename them as the built up agriculture, etc., what I wanted to do. Means after selecting that, means after renaming them, and we can also give the color according to our desire. So after giving the color to our classes, which we wanted to assess the land use and land cover, after that, we can easily calculate the area which is being occupied by all those classes. Means from after identifying all those classes in the attribute table by following some algorithm, by instructing, means by following some instructions, we can even calculate the area which is covered by that particular vegetation land or built-up land or the water body or the barren land. So by this, I have collected the the sequential, means image wise, I have calculated the area even. So after calculating that, the results which I got are here. Means this. So here in 2013, means this graph shows how the values have been variated. So actually in 2013, the vegetation has been observed as 27% and the built-up areas are 25%, barren land is 45%, whereas the water bodies are 3%. And in 2013, the vegetation from 27 to 24, it has been come down, and the built-up areas from 25 to 37% it has increased, and the barren land from 45 to 36. So obviously, when the built-up area increases, the barren land decreases. Next, the water bodies also have reduced from 3% to 2%. Whereas from 2017 to 22, if we see the vegetation from means as the vegetation was to 27% in 13, 24% in 17, and 22, it has come down to 22% in 2022, whereas the built-up area has increased from 25 to 37, 37 to 48, which has been shown in the next slide. So this is the slide where I have calculated where this. So here are the barren land. So this is the area in square kilometers where the percentage, how it has reduced. Barren land, how it is reduced from 45 to 36. Means in 13, 45%, and in 17, 36, whereas it has reached in 22, 28%. In the same line, the built-up area is also from 25 to 37, it has increased in 13 to 17. From 17 to 22, 37 to 48, it has increased. Whereas the vegetation from 27 in 13, 27% is there. From there, 24% it has reduced, and in 22, 22% it has reduced. Water body is not that much significantly reduced, as might be several reasons. So those reasons also means some more the research need to be done, where in 13, 3% has been observed, whereas in 17 and 22, only 2% of the water body is being identified. So here is the final means the map which I got from 2013. If you could see, so here the blue color indicates the water bodies, whereas the green color indicates somewhat vegetation, and here green color indicates the vegetation, and the yellow color indicates the barren land, and this red color indicates the built up. As being the metropolitan city and IT icon city, and we are very, very much fortunate to be in such a great, wonderful and mighty city. But the thing is, as the built up is increasing, so here we can easily visualize in 2013 how the built up area was. Means we can easily identify this red color, means in 2013 how the built up was, and 2017 how this built up is gradually increasing, and we can see in 2022, so this red color which is restricted to few places where it has completely extended till the ORR region. So in this way, the land use and land cover of Hyderabad has drastically means it is changing a lot, where naturally it is also causing some things. So my conclusion is, so the land is turning into a rare resource because of immense agricultural and demographic pressure. Thus, information on land use and land cover and conversable outcome for their ideal use is vital to the selection, planning, and usage of land use plans to meet the expanding requests for fundamental human needs, and welfare cover changes likewise include the adjustment, either direct or indirect, of normal habitats and their effect on the environment of the area. In the study, utilizing satellite images of 2013, 2017, and 2022, land use changes were assessed in the Hyderabad city of Telangana. This paper inferred that satellite data has the unique ability to recognize the changes in land use rapidly and precisely. The high resolution satellite data of Landsat 8 can be a great source to give data precisely. Accurate land cover changing data is important for understanding principal elements, causes, and ecological results of such changes. So finally, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to my guide, Dr. M. Anjireddy sir, for the continuous support of my research, motivation, and for providing immense knowledge. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Dr. Jayachandra sir to give the confidence to present the paper over this platform. I'm very grateful to Vidya Jyoti Institute of Technology, my college, for giving me the opportunity for my research work. And I extend my sincere gratitude to Dr. Ravindra sir, the conference's organizer, for creating such a great stage upon which I could showcase my work and effort. Also, thank all the conferences, committee members of the conference, delegates, resource persons, and participants for patiently listening to my work. Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations, successfully done. Very well presented. So participants, friends, if you have any queries, now the forum is open for queries, discussions, clarifications. You can unmute yourself, or you can use chat box, or you can raise your hand if you have any queries.
As I'm the research scholar, if any mistakes in the communication or presenting my slides, please excuse it.
If there are no queries, I think even now it's almost 10 people are tired also. So anyway, good job. Congratulations, and we wish you all the success in your future endeavors. And we welcome you for your more presentations in future, so that you can also improve and you can contribute to the platform as well.
Sure, sir. Sure. Thank you.
Thank you. So we will move on to our next presenter. Mohit, are you there? Mohit, you are not connected to audio, so you will not be able to hear us. Mohit? Are you connecting from your mobile? Okay, then There is one more presentation also. Virendra Kumarji, we will take up your session tomorrow. I will schedule it because now it's almost 10 o'clock. So it will take another 40 minutes. So I don't want everyone to, keep waiting till that time. So tomorrow we have less sessions because tomorrow there will also be proceedings and other things. So you can present it tomorrow. I will schedule it. Yeah, Mohit. You can unmute yourself. Start your video and your presentation. Introduce yourself. And we have shared the quiz link also. Registration link, you need not register again as you have already registered for the conference. The quiz link is there, which has been already mailed to you. There was some mistake, spelling mistake, or instead of 2023, it has been spelled as 2022. In the opening time, no? Most of the places it is 2023 only, but read it as 2023 instead of 2022. So tomorrow, ignoring that, tomorrow the link will be open at 6:10 p.m. exactly, and it will get closed by 6:30 p.m. Just read it as if you see somewhere 2022, just read it as 2023. Apart from that, everything else stands the same. Yeah, Mohit. Can you present now, or you can also present tomorrow? No issue. Okay, so we will wind up for today. Before that, we request everyone to quickly fill up the feedback form. Feedback form has been shared in the form of Zoom polls. We request everyone to quickly attend to the polls. Before leaving the platform. So we express our sincere gratitude and appreciation to all the presenters for the day, and also to all the participants for your patient listening and joining us on the 7th day of International Conference. Tomorrow is the last day. So tomorrow we'll be starting with the quiz from 6 o'clock. 6:10, 6 o'clock, we will provide you instructions, as already I have provided most of them. And 6:10, the quiz form will be open for the entries. And 6:30, we'll be closing the form for entries. And after that, the sessions will continue. And our team will try to compute the results, and if possible by the validatory time, if results are out and everything is calculated, we will announce the results and merit certificates, those who have won. and you can download your certificates within a couple of days. We'll let you know once this all background work is done. Certificates will be automatically generated. Make sure you are completing all the formalities. Otherwise, it will not generate certificate because system, it is automatically taken care by the system. So make sure you are completing all the formalities, and for the presenters, make sure you are sharing all your details in the specific format. So that format is given, system automatically takes from that format. That's why format is very important. You have to copy that format, paste in your email, and fill up all the details and attach all the files required, including your photograph, your CV, your PPT file is mandatory. And you can check your email for the registration form for the conference and as well as the quiz form. And we have already shared in the chat box. I will share you once again both the registration forms as well as the quiz forms.
Sir, photo and CV also required, sir.
Amma?
Photo and CV also, do I need to send?
Yeah,
that?
yeah, it's required, ma.
Right.
You have not sent, immediately send it.
Oh, I have filled all the details, sir. Only the thing I did not forward the CV and my photos.
That is also mentioned. So you complete, send that out.
Okay, sir.
Because these are required when we are publishing the proceedings. Na? You will get your photo also in that.
Okay, sir.